Okay, we're going to get started. If everybody could take their seats. Let's get this over with.
We think this one's going to be long. Wait till
The next
June.
one. Jeez, I'm not going to show up for that one. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. I need this deputation thing here. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Welcome to all our committee members and members of council. We have 14 items on today's agenda. For those of you who are in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And for those watching online, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. Before we start, I'd like to draw members' attention to a complete streets briefing for members of council today from 11:30 to 1 p.m. in meeting room B. So if everybody can be aware of that, that's going to be a really interesting briefing that's happening at 11:30 to 1 p.m. in meeting room B today. The city is developing complete street guidelines, and the briefing is an opportunity to learn about progress to date and upcoming public consultations, which are on the horizon. So I'll first ask for declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I'll move on to confirmation of the minutes from our last meeting. Councillor McMahon, thank you for that. And then we're going to run through the agenda. So I will hold in my name any items that have deputations. We've got some of those in front of us. We've got quite a number of deputations today. So members, if you would indicate what items you'd like to hold as we go through the agenda. So number one is the PW 5.1 street occupation permit fee revisions. So there's I'm sorry, thank you, Councillor McMahon. And number PW 52 is same thing with solid waste management services, long-term waste management strategy progress report Q2 2015, and there's deputations on that. The next item is PW 5.3 bicycle lane and cycle track regulation amendments. I think move that. Would you like to move that? Councillor Lee is moving that. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing no opposition? That carries. PW 5.4, authority to negotiate and enter into agreements for waste diversion processing capacity initiatives and funding. One deputation on that. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to PW 5.5, amendments to purchase order number 6032-348 for contracted professional engineering services supporting solid waste management services capital projects. Is anybody interested in moving that? Councillor Lee will do that. Thank you, Councillor Lee. And all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is PW 5.6, results of the requests for quotation 6032-15-0070 to 6032-150087 inclusive for collector and local road plowing and driveway windrow clearing. Would someone like to move that?
No, may I hold that, Madam?
You'd like to hold that?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, for questions.
So Councillor Holiday is holding PW 5.6. All right, we're going to move on to PW 5.7, which actually has speakers, and that's related to contract awards, snow clearing, et cetera. PW 5.8, contract awards RFQs, and that's against the same thing, snow clearing, sanding, salting. That also has speakers. And then we're going to move on to PW 5.9, a road safety plan for Toronto. That has speakers. Okay, and then PW 5.10, ensuring cycling safety for cyclists during construction. Oh, yeah, that also has speakers. So now we're on to PW 5.11. Sorry if I'm going too fast. That is parking signage improvements. Councillor McMahon.
Quick motion, and then we can remove it.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to move that now?
Sure. I don't know where.
I think if clerks could you put it up on the screen?
Okay, did you want to see the motion? We're just referring it to the General Manager of Transportation Services for report in conjunction with the upcoming curbside management plan.
All right, all those in favor?
If, can you get her? Okay, I mean,
Well, she's not on the committee, and the committee's proceeding, and this is the item before us, and we've already put up our hands and voted.
this is where
so
it should go.
It's passed. Thank you. PW 5.12, a design competition to reimagine Toronto parking signage.
And I'll just move this one.
Okay, so Councillor McMahon's moving this item, P 5.12. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries. Okay, PW 5.13.
Sorry, I can't, we're going through the order paper and then I can talk to you.
Okay, PW 5.13 has a speaker. It doesn't say so on my sheet, but you're saying there is? That's, we've just had somebody register for this item. All right, so that's PW 13, that's cross-boundary wastewater agreement, and that, we've got a new addition to that, so we're going to hold that item. PW 5.14, coordinated street furniture program,
I'd like to hold that, Madam Chair.
and that is being held by Councillor Holiday. And we also have a speaker, Councillor Holiday, so you're in good
Okay.
company. Okay, is there any, if just want to just check with the committee members as we're about to commence the agenda, if there's anybody who'd like to impact the running order of the meeting, or change or reflect on that. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I would just ask to reorder the order paper as I have to leave. And I apologize for that, but this was a rescheduled meeting. It was supposed to be May 13th, but the gardener took precedent. So I would like to do, if I could, 5.9, PW 5.9, a road safety plan for Toronto first. And then I've spoken to Councillor Cressy, and probably Councillor Layton is fine with this, PW 5.10 next.
Okay, so are the committee members in support of Councillor McMahon's suggestion? Yep, all those in favor, opposed? Just so, I know Build Toronto is here, and we did commit to trying to get their item off the top, so we will do that following Councillor McMahon's item to be respectful to them. And as well, then we're going to probably proceed to the waste management issue, because that's got a big presentation we're looking forward to. So first item, Councillor McMahon was, sorry, remind me, that you wanted to do?
Sorry, it's PW 5.9, a road safety plan for Toronto. We have a couple deps, and I have a quick motion.
Okay, so let's start with our deputations then. So it is, Hamish Wilson is up first, followed by Jared Kolb. So come on up, Hamish. Is he here? No? Okay, Jared, do you want to come up? I don't see either of them. All right. Okay, so we're going to proceed to any questions of staff. Okay, seeing none, any speakers or movers of motions?
Sure. So I have two quick motions. One is to delete the recommendation 2 and replace with coming up on screen.
Oh,
The ci-
I'm sorry,
This is for PW.
getting them up.
Okay. That City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to conduct audits of those intersections with high pedestrian volumes to ensure that pedestrian safety and walkability are enhanced wherever possible, and that the results of the audits and any associated recommendations be reported back to PWIC in the first quarter of 2016. And this is, I worked long and hard with city staff on this. Thank you.
Any questions to the mover?
If you can just help me understand what a high pedestrian volume means. How many intersections is that in the city, do we know?
We don't know, that's why we're doing the audit. This is, if you recall correctly, this is post-scramble situation, so I've worked with Stephen Buckley and Fiona Chapman, and we're all great with this.
Okay, as long as it's a selection of the highest volume. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I read that one first, that the recommendation to be deleted and replaced with this one.
All right, all those in favor? No, we're past speaker, oh, I guess we aren't past speakers. So she moved the motion, and she's in committee, so we're past that. So, sorry, Councillor Lee?
I thought I heard the second part to,
Yeah, so I'm deleting recommendation 2
oh, okay, recommendation.
and replace it with this one.
It's good, it's good. It's a good,
Okay. Thank you.
okay, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, Councillor McMahon, your second issue, your second item.
That was it, we did.
Oh, no, you had one other.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
the cycling 5.10.
5.5. All right.
5.10,
So,
ensuring safety for cyclists during construction and closures, and we have speakers, I believe.
all right, let's do our speakers. So we've got, first up, Robert Zakowski, co-captain, Cycle Toronto Ward 15 Advocacy Group. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. If you can just turn on the mic in front of you. Yeah, usually he's pretty good, but if you need technical support, we'll get you help.
Morning, members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. On behalf of the Cycle Toronto Ward 14 Advocacy Group, I would like to thank Councillors Layton, Cressy, and McMahon for properly bringing up this issue on this meeting's agenda. Like many other residents...
Excuse me, sorry, can we not have a disrupted meeting, instead just have a respectful, civil meeting? Thank you very much. Could you, please proceed, please proceed.
Okay, so, like many other residents who biked along Richmond Street during the unexpected closure by Bell Media on the week of April 28th, I was outraged that the safety of our cyclists was undermined because of the way the film permit granting process was handled. This is especially frustrating given it took years of advocacy work, committee and public meetings, and council votes in order to get the Richmond LA pilot project currently in place. While the growth of the number of cyclists and corresponding infrastructure have led to some growing pains, we feel the city needs to do its due diligence in order to ensure safety of cyclists going forward. Fortunately for the city, they are on the right track with handling certain closures. So this picture was taken on January 18th and still applies today. It's on Adelaide Street where the cycle track starts at Bathurst. Given the construction zone, pedestrian and cyclist safety is addressed by having pedestrians walk under this covered area. And then you got the pilots here to guide the cyclists around until the cycle track starts up again. There is one thing which I would suggest for improvement, and that is to add orange version of the bike lane sign. Another example I would like to go through is Shaw Street. This picture was taken on May 19th, where the Cottage bike lane was blocked off. Again here, we got pylons guiding cyclists around the construction zone, and you still got enough space for cars to go through. However, I was informed the day after that that section of Shaw Street was closed off, and there was no detour signs to guide cyclists around. Earlier, on April 25th, Ward 19 had their Environment Day, and we had municipal vehicles parked in where the parking lane is, and so the residents, they had blocking the Cottage bike lane, which posed a safety hazard for cyclists heading northbound. Therefore, to remedy these situations going forward, we feel that detour signs are needed to guide cyclists to the next safe street, such as Crawford. This is consistent with page 31 of the Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 7, which states that if the dedicated cycling facilities are impacted, special signage may be needed. As for where detours are done reasonably well, you can look no further than Queens Quay from Dan Lucky Way to Bay Street. Except for a small portion from just east of York to Bay where you have to walk the bike, cyclists are guided to the path on Lakeshore Boulevard. And you got a large sign with the detour map and description, and you got the smaller navigation signs to guide you to Queens Quay. However, there were some issues with the maintenance, and a couple of years ago, I had a flat tire going on the Lakeshore path. While the maintenance issue appears to have been improved, we still feel that it is important that regular maintenance is done in construction zones so cyclists don't end up getting unnecessary flat tires or possible incident. Oh, sorry. Okay, and given these examples, the city already has the tools they need to ensure the safety of cyclists in construction zones. What the city needs to do is ensure consistency, like take these examples I've shown here, added like improved maintenance and signage, and that'll go a long way. Another thing that we need to do is ensure the future permits mandate cycling safety, such as like making sure there are pylons around the parked cars. But last but not least, we need to ensure that every measure is taken so we don't have to block the infrastructure in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions for Robert? Seeing none, we'll move to our next speaker, which is Jared Kolb, who's just arrived perfectly timed. Welcome, Jared. Grab the mic there, and you've got 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm here in support of the request of staff to develop new practices and protocol to ensure safety of cyclists during construction and closures. As you know, Cycle Toronto is a diverse, member-based, member-supported organization that advocates for a healthy, safe, cycling-friendly city for all, and currently represents more than 2,900 Torontonians. Toronto's roadways, especially in the downtown core, are increasingly used for a variety of operations. Lanes are often blocked for construction, events, festivals, and filming. While Toronto's on-street bicycle network is small and growing compared to the number of roads across the city, the number of cyclists is also growing considerably. This puts increased pressure on each link in the bikeway network. When one is closed without an alternate safe option, it creates serious issues for cyclists and other road users. This was a major point of concern recently when the Richmond Street cycle track was removed due to a film permit issued by Economic Development and Culture. No safe alternative was provided. This needs to change. Creating provisions for effective rollout of detour routes, including signage, will help address situations like this in the future. We're pleased to see the recent updates to the Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 7, Temporary Conditions, that provides further guidance to provide safe passage for cyclists. However, we agree with the letter that was written by the three councillors that Book 7, while it goes far, it doesn't properly address some of the issues faced in downtown Toronto. such as streetcar tracks and bicycle lanes with very high volumes of cyclists. These are issues just not faced by other municipalities across the province. We're supportive of the request of staff to develop new protocol to supplement OTM Book 7. So on behalf of Cycle Toronto, I'd urge the members of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee support this request of staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done.
Thanks.
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Holiday has a question for you.
Thank you. Just thinking about the concept of detouring bike lanes, do you think that that provides a lot of value, or do you think cyclists will just sort of say, you know, maybe it's just easier to switch lanes or provide a little maneuver and skip the detour because it takes me out of my way? In your opinion, is there value in that?
I think it depends on the context, and it's very context specific. When we're talking about in the context of the downtown core, where we have a very, I'd say, tightly knit roadway of supporting side streets, that this can be done fairly effectively. But I think it's a site-by-site provision, and it would be difficult to do in all cases. That being said, it also depends on the type of closure. Is there still access provided for pedestrians? We saw this at College and Spadina recently, and there was a detour route provided in the end. The signage wasn't great, and some of the conditions were a little challenging, and what a lot of cyclists wound up opting to do is to ride on the sidewalk, through the condition. And that, I think, had there been a stronger provision and stronger communication, stronger signage provided, that we would have seen more cyclists use that detour route.
Do you think once in a while, when the conditions are such that it is acceptable to warn cyclists that the lane is closed, either dismount and walk or do what you need to do, change lanes or do something like that?
Yeah, I think there are conditions where that is appropriate. In other cases where you're right next to streetcar tracks, for instance, you'll still have cyclists that will merge and try to merge, which creates a dangerous condition where you're trying to cross at a 30 or 40 degree angle rather than something that is much preferred, like a 90 degree angle to cross streetcar tracks. There are other conditions, though, of course, like on the waterfront, where thankfully that detour route was provided for that major closure along Queens Quay, which was something that cyclists utilized to a great degree.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for coming today. Our next speaker is Hamish Wilson. I don't know if Hamish is here. I don't see him. All right, we're going to move on to questions from the committee. Any questions? Seeing none speakers. Councillor Layton, go for it. 5 minutes.
We've been asking for updates to our strategy to maintain a safe condition on roads in construction areas. For now, I can't remember where the first one went in. I think I may have made a motion on an item 2 or 3 years ago now at Public Works. Things I think have gotten a little bit better. I think when you see the detour that was done on Shaw Avenue in particular, some attention was taken. But I got to tell you, when I'm out there and I ride in every day, when I take a road that doesn't have detours put in at least, or little demarcated areas, it can be very dangerous when bikes try to merge back with traffic. Lots of close calls, lots of frustration out on the road on both sides, I think. The bigger thing for me, though, is this notion of cleaning up after construction's done properly. And that's when I think point 2 gets to it a little bit. I was biking down College a couple of years ago, and there was a section in front of a building just east of Ossington that was covered in gravel. And it was constantly covered in gravel. Sweepers would come on occasion, clean some of it, but constant. Later, I found out that there was it's something like 3 or 4 bike accidents right in front of one construction site because of the gravel that was there. Just people getting uneasy, hitting a curb the wrong way. There's streetcar tracks there. There's cars there. There's not enough room to get around. And I at one point witnessed one. Unfortunately, the restaurant, or the pizza place across the street, ran out, and their staff attended to this young woman who had fallen, and it was good that people were there. But I think when you're driving down the street, even some of the smallest little bumps and irregularities in the road, an insignificant pothole can often mean an accident for a cyclist. A little bit more gravel on the road than normal can mean an accident for the cyclist. When our sweepers don't get out there and take care of all the gunk that comes out of the snow when it melts in a bike lane, that can cause an accident for a cyclist. And if you're anywhere downtown, or if you drive in on Harvard, on College, even on Bloor, you can see just the number of cyclists are starting to outnumber cars on those routes coming in from the West End. I don't see the East End because I don't cycle through it every morning. But from the West End, you can see, like, it is noticeable what's happened in the last 5 years. And anything we can do to get people out of cars and onto bicycles, even off of public transit and onto bicycles, is going to be a good thing. It's going to reduce our healthcare bills over the long term by providing a healthy option for people. It helps our city by reducing congestion on our roads and on our TTC vehicles. And it generally creates, I think, a more beautiful and livable city for all. So I'm encouraged that we're putting this back on the agenda. I really hope we follow up with it soon and continue. I acknowledge there have been some improvements, but where we really need to is something as easy as making sure that the grates that are replaced don't run parallel with the bike lane, the sewer grates. Instead, they have to run perpendicular. There are areas where they run parallel, and my bike wheel just happens to be the exact width of one of those grates. So I take extra care, as I do with streetcar tracks. But those are the little things that can make huge differences and could potentially save lives in the end.
On this, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And so I'd be happy to move the recommendations and thank Councillor Cressy, who couldn't be here. He really wanted to be. He's chairing another committee. And Councillor Layton just gave a good speech. And happy to support it. I was biking through along the Bloor Viaduct the other day, coming home along the Danny, heading to the Danny, and there was the detour with no signage or suggestion of where cyclists should go, and I watched a couple cyclists in front of me to see should I go their way. One veered off right into the road. The other one kind of did a zigzag around pylons and whatnot, and I kind of did a combination of the two because I wasn't sure, and you really have to think on the fly there. So this happened last year, the same spot. It happens all over the city. We just got to get into the habit of remembering when we're doing our detours, when we're doing our construction staging, to include all users of the road, pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, not just one. We're not giving priority. So I'm happy to support it and move it.
All right, any other speakers? Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Councillor McMahon for putting this forward, and I'll support the recommendation. Cyclists are at greater risk when it comes to not cleaning up construction sites and so on. But this issue actually is more than just cyclists, because I get complaints from pedestrians, from motorists as well. So I think as a site issue, I think we should look at how we enforce cleaning up of construction sites, debris and remnants left behind after completion of construction. So it's very important for us to, transportation, to look in the whole issue, although cyclists are at greater risk, definitely, because they are more vulnerable when they hit one of these, stones or nails or whatever else. So I fully support this, and I think on the site bar, I hope that transportation looks at how to enforce cleaning up of construction sites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, that was really impressive. A minute. All right, no other comments. I'm just going to make a quick one, and I want to thank the three councillors who brought this forward. I think it's particularly fitting because it's Bike Month, and Cycle Toronto is doing a great job in promoting that, and I think you're getting a lot of interest in that in your program as it unfolds. I'm really happy Councillor Layton acknowledged the fact that staff are doing a better job, because they are, and I think that needs to be recognized. It's not an easy thing to balance. So the right-of-way management, it is indeed a balancing act, and you've got to consider parking, we've got to consider bikes, travel lanes, safety, volume, congestion, all these things. Accessibility is another issue that keeps popping up, I know, for Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam. So there's no easy answer, and it's all about compromise. I mean, even also our garbage trucks, we have challenges with that. So this, I think, when Councillor Cressy spoke to me about this, I said, absolutely, we can move this and get moving on this, but we have to remember that it is a balancing act. So thank you to everybody who's pulled together to make this happen, and I will move it, or Councillor McMahon has moved it. All in favor? Opposed? I don't know where Councillor Abruzzo, do you want to vote in favor, or? You're happy? Okay. Oh, okay, that's good. That's a good tip. Okay, there's a song about that, I think. Right, so thank you very much. That passes. Okay, now, Councillor McMahon, you're through all your items, correct? So now we're going to move back to the agenda as it is before us. And the next item is PW 5.1, Street Occupation Permit Fee Revisions. And we do have a number of deputations on that item. So I will actually call forward first Steve DeVoe from the Building Industry and Land Development Association. Welcome, Steve. And you've got 5 minutes, and the mic's right there. I think you know the drill, so welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Steve DeVoe. I'm the Vice President of Land Development with Tribute Communities, and I'm also the Chair of the Building Industry and Land Development Association. I want to start by thanking staff for continually meeting with us on this topic. While we certainly don't agree with the end result, staff did meet with us in a very professional way, and we tried our best to come to some compromises. I'd like to also thank the chair for her involvement in encouraging us to continue to meet and try and find solutions. So the entire premise of this fee increase has always been founded upon a desire to attempt to reduce congestion through, I'm going to call it behavior modification, finding a way to get builders and developers of condos, hospitals, offices, you name it, out of the right-of-way sooner. And some of the discussion surrounding developers' use of the right-of-ways has not painted a very favorable picture on the industry. And if you didn't know any better, you might actually think we're holding garden parties in these right-of-ways, and it's certainly not the case. And part of the staff report takes some time to discuss the cost of congestion. So there's a consultant's report that is referenced but not cited. I really have no details. I don't know what assumptions were used, but they've put a metric and a dollar sign to the cost of congestion. And any discussion around costs, I think, is doing a disservice unless it's also rounded out by talking about the benefit. What is the benefit of what we're doing here? What is the benefit of building these buildings? Is there assessment value being created where you have a parking lot that was generating $20,000 a year and now you have a mixed-use development generating $2 million a year? Are we building out buildings in conformity with the official plan with zero lot lines? Are we building according to provincial policy, trying to curb urban sprawl by building in more intense locations close to infrastructure? Are we trying to reduce our carbon footprint by doing the same? What are the benefits to this? So I just always find that there's a void in that element of the conversation, and we keep continually talking about the costs. So if we're going to discuss increasing fees in order to provoke a behavior, then fine, but we have to stop pretending that this space is a luxury. It is a necessity. And we've had a number of conversations with staff, with members of our construction industry that build these buildings every day, and I'm very happy to see that the report acknowledges that a prohibition of the use of right-of-ways is not appropriate and not advisable. Because when we're building these zero lot line buildings and we have hundreds of trucks coming in and out of a site every day, if we don't have that hoarding in the right-of-way, that truck is still pulling up to the curb. Now I got to get that concrete into the site, and I've got people walking on the sidewalk. there's a safety consideration there. So I'm glad that we've moved beyond this point. A colleague of mine is going to be speaking to some myths that have been propagated about prohibitions in other jurisdictions, because it's simply just not the case. So if we've accepted that what we're doing is actually we're building buildings and assessment value and annuities and in conformity with municipal policy and taking direction from the provincial plan, and we've also decided that we actually need this space to build these buildings efficiently and safely, then any conversation around fees has to be founded on fairness. Whether it's development charges or right-of-way fees, I don't think we can simply look at a situation and say, well, the industry can afford it, the consumer can afford it, therefore. The proposal before you is to increase fees within the vehicular portion of the right-of-way by between 500 and 1,800%. Those are staggering numbers. Now, staff will tell you that in many circumstances where we are occupying a portion of the right-of-way where there's a parking spot, a TPA spot, that the costs are larger, and that's absolutely true today, but it is certainly not the norm. I have multiple construction sites today where we are not occupying a Toronto Parking Authority spot, so those increases are significant. So, in the spirit of fairness, if this committee and the city would like us to believe that this is behavior modification and we're all in favor of reducing congestion and improving best practices, then, and this is not a cash grab, then I have a request of this committee, and I would ask a member of the committee to move a motion that would eliminate the practice of, I'll call it a double counting of fees, whereby the city is collecting a daily fee for swinging the boom of a crane over the right-of-way. Can I have 30 more seconds? So if we're going to pay now a market value for right-of-way space, you've got your insurance, the liability is protected, and this is not a cash grab, then let's not double charge by also continuing to charge a daily fee for the swing of the crane. This was something that was brought to our attention as a potential proposal by staff in December. It did not make its way into this report. Thank you.
Oh, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to, go ahead, Councillor Perruzza. Go ahead.
Just, I guess, you know, we look at this and at these numbers, and you really don't have a big sense of what's going to happen. Can you give me a practical example of what this means for you know, a specific development somewhere?
Sure, okay.
Just break it down for me and what it means in terms of dollars and cents for a particular project.
So let's say you have a mid-block site that has 40 meters of frontage, and let's say that you're going to take up a lane of traffic, so 3 meters times 40 meters is 120 meters. So you're going to be paying a monthly fee increase on that piece, depending on the area where you are. If you're right in the downtown core, a AA area it's called, then it's potentially an 1,800% increase. So in actual dollars, I don't have the figures in front of me, but if you were today paying
What would you be paying
today about $6 a square meter per month, you're now paying $110 per square meter per month. So it's, I can't do that, I don't have a calculator to do the math, but it's $100 times, what did we say? 120 square meters times 12 months. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars difference on that discrete project over a couple of years. And we're not saying fees shouldn't go up. Fine, fees should go up, but the metric being used as being called market-driven, I don't think is properly being measured against the benefit of what we're creating here. And is there any reasonable alternative?
Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming to present. Your last point about the swinging cranes, how much do you charge?
I think with HST, it's $50 a day.
$50 a day, so minimum is a day, right?
Pardon me?
Minimum is a day, like they charge?
It's never a day. It's always, it's 6 months a year, it's 2 years. It's for the life of the project that the crane is required, so that the crane would be swinging over the airspace. So, you know, we're talking about, you know, tens of thousands of dollars, but I think it would be a meaningful gesture to our industry to show that this isn't a cash grab. We're trying to We're trying to provoke good behavior, and we're certainly in favor of speaking to our membership and improving best practices and seeing how we can get out of there earlier. And we actually spent a lot of time with staff thinking about some of those ideas, and I think we'll continue to talk to them about it. But this really does feel like a double counting.
Thank you.
All right, we have another speaker up. Thank you very much, Steve. The next speaker is Andrew Gray. Welcome, Andrew. You've got 5 minutes, and you just hit the mic. I think the mic may already be on.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Andrew Graham with Concert Properties, but I'm a member of the Build Board, and I was asked to do a quick overview of some of the impacts and some of the mitigation we already do. We've built two, and are building a third downtown project as we speak, a boutique 14-story condominium, a 30-story rental building right behind you. I think most of you don't know that's a rental building at Dundas Bay, and a 58-story mixed-use building, all of which were approved through a public process and have been lauded by the city, by the industry, been well accepted by the marketplace, and all have the same commonality of urban design guidelines that required us to build to the lot line and therefore occupy the road. When we move forward with our developments, we engage the community, we engage with staff, and so as you move forward in the construction side of things, you're already engaging the BIA and the local councilor's office, and you bring in your technical people. And we do traffic management plans, we do construction management plans. They are presented, they are analyzed against local retail, they're analyzed against local traffic patterns, and they are reviewed and approved by technical staff. So as we build these buildings, we're not just haphazardly picking a spot on the road and moving forward. The reality is that some sites we can do certain things on, both our Bursey site and our 88 Scott site, we can mitigate by eventually moving onto the site. There's opportunity to do so. At our site at Dundas Bay, because we share an access with another residential building, we had to build the entire building from the road. And we explain this to staff, and we work with staff, and we work with the local community to try and come up with ways to mitigate this. So that is our practice. That is always going to be our practice. I'd like to think we are the norm of the industry, not the exception to the rule, but that is how we build our buildings, quite frankly. And I just had a couple of thoughts. I don't want to reiterate all what's no pedestrian sidewalk past our site, no pedestrian access. That's a great mitigator, but that's not what the community wants. And so we do both. We occupy the road and we create a safe sidewalk with flagmen and all of that. Those are things that we always talk about at the start. How do we work with the community? How do we work with transportation going forward? So we also look for opportunities to use our loading docks once we build them, use our undergrounds, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm skeptical, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results of, sharpen your pencils, I think was the phrase you used for people occupying roads. God bless you if you can do it faster. I would love our guys to build it faster because, frankly, every month costs us money. And then I echo Steve's comments on market. I have no issues with staff's calculations at all. I don't pretend to be an expert, and I actually applaud you introducing zones. I wish you could do it for DCs. It would be wonderful not to have to pay the same DC in Etobicoke that you pay in downtown Toronto, given market conditions, but that's a different topic. So I have no issues with that, but there are long-term benefits that we deliver. You look at all of our communities that we build in downtown, our mixed-use communities, all the benefits that you get long-term, not just financial, social, commuting, all of those things. To say we want market, great, they've calculated market. I wish there was just simply an offset. And then the last point I want to make simply relates to fairness, and Steve already raised this. I know staff has to come back with implementation measures. We have projects that are already on the go, and we have one that's going to be on the go for another 2.5 years. It's 58 stories tall. We can't build it any faster than we can. We entered in good faith into this process, working with city staff. We've paid our fees. We continue to pay our fees. We've set our prices and sold all of our product based on that. And we simply would ask for consideration going forward as to how to think about implementing these increases, particularly for projects that are in the marketplace or in construction. If we knew about this fee day one, we would put it on our pricing accordingly. So that is all my comments. I like I say, echo, and we'll happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. We have a question for you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. So did I hear accurately that there's a duck in the room? that you support the zone structure and that fees should relate to the increased value or the increased cost of congestion in the downtown core.
So I don't know the specifics of how the zones were created, but I do have no issue with the idea that there are gradations, if we can use that,
Okay,
if that helps.
great, thank you.
Other questions? We'll move on to our next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Danielle Chin. Come on up, Danielle. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you've, yeah, absolutely.
I think I just shut it.
Okay.
Thanks. I think it's okay. Sorry. Yeah, but just not yet. If that's okay. Okay, sure. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. My name is Danielle Chin, and I'm here on behalf of the Building Industry and Land Development Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the city's proposal for street occupancy permit fee reviews. Our industry acknowledges the impetus for this fee review is to deliver action on Mayor John Tory's 6-point congestion plan and historic Public Works and Infrastructure Committee directives, with the overall objective to improve traffic congestion in the City of Toronto. Our industry is supportive of Toronto's overall objective to reduce congestion and employ practices that may lend itself appropriately to the city. In conjunction with this plan and directives, we know that city staff have proposed significant increases to the existing fee structure, as just discussed by our Bill Chairman Steve DeVoe and Board Member Andrew Gray. I echo their sentiments, but I'm not here to repeat them. I'm here to debunk a myth that surfaced when this review first began. Earlier this year, when this topic came up, mitigation measures in other major cities were discussed. A myth surfaced claiming that the City of New York had a blanket prohibition on development in their streets. It is with certainty that I tell you that this is not the case in New York. In speaking with Colleen Chattergoon and other staff in the New York Department of Transportation, they also indicated that this is in fact not true. During our working group meetings with staff, they also advised us of having conversations with their New York counterparts, and we're told the same thing. When this myth first arose, my inbox was flooded with members sending me photos of lane occupancies in New York from their recent travels. And finally, having gone to New York in February myself and seen with my own eyes, I can say with certainty that there is not a blanket prohibition on occupancy in the roadway for construction. But what I can say about New York is that they aren't punitively imposing fees in the hopes of reducing traffic congestion. There is an extensive review process, not unlike the City of Toronto's review process for construction management plans. And there are mitigation measures. They may limit the use of a lane on critical streets for certain operations, such as installing tower cranes or major lifts that require street closures to off-peak or weekday hours, weekends, or nights. They may use the NYPD traffic agents to facilitate the movement and traffic, and the use of pedestrian managers in high-volume pedestrian areas. They have construction embargoes along detour routes to limit other construction activity impacts on a detour. They use fixed signage and message boards or community media outreach. And here are just a few examples. So I'm not sure if, sorry. Okay. So here's an example from Broadway and West 26th Street. So they've limited the roadway occupancy to along West 26th Street and not along Broadway. Here's an example on Greenwich and 7 of the fixed signage that's placed on the construction hoarding, and it sort of lines the construction hoarding along the path. Here's an example from Fifth Avenue and Broadway showing the limited space available to maneuver construction vehicles, and that's on Fifth Avenue. And here's an example from Madison and 33rd Street of short-term lane closures for adjacent projects that are under construction. All of these mitigation measures should sound familiar because they are also comparable best practices utilized in the City of Toronto. Strategically mitigating traffic congestion is more onerous than simply raising fees as a deterrent to vacate the right-of-way. I don't envy the enormous task of transportation services to implement new mitigation measures as it's an exceedingly difficult task, especially because in Toronto, intensification is directed through the provincial growth plan and official plan, and zero lot lines are the norm. Occupying streets is sometimes a matter of necessity, not privilege. And without this lane occupancy, the mutual challenge for our industry and the city becomes one of pedestrian and occupational safety, where inadequate space is granted to maneuver trucks and allow for other deliveries. Between 300 and 500 people are employed on each of these projects. Lane occupancy is a temporary measure and sometimes necessary for the economic growth of the city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'll take any questions you may have. Sure. Hi.
So I don't see in the report, in fact, it doesn't say that New York City prohibits lane
It's not.
closures.
Through you, Madam Chair, it wasn't in the report. When it was last at committee, it did come up.
Okay,
So that was why I was just responding to that.
okay. And you point out these good examples of, in New York City, I mean, they're using different structures, but you also concur that these are similar practices to what we do in Toronto.
City of Toronto has practices that are similar to this, yes.
So, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to ask, thank you very much, Danielle. Next speaker is Paolo Brindley Pantalone. I hope I said your name correctly.
That's right. Yeah, thank
My apologies if I didn't. Welcome.
you.
You have 5 minutes. The clock's up here, you can keep an eye on it, and hopefully your mic's on.
So, Chair and members of this committee, thank you for having me this morning. My name is Paolo Brindley Pantalone. I'm a candidate for Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning at Ryerson University, a professionally accredited program. I've just completed my 3rd year. I and my partner Arash, who's sitting behind me, and 9 others formed a student consultant group for a studio project about this very issue, right-of-way occupancy fees. From January to April of this year, we produced a written final report with our research and case studies from other cities. It's been provided to the committee administrator yesterday in an electronic format. The report details our work and concludes with 5 recommendations and a proposed fee structure. I encourage you to read it. Arash and I have continued to monitor the progress of this item up until today. In reviewing the decision history of this item, perhaps a reminder is useful. On December 16, 2013, City Council directed staff to review the cost of right-of-way occupation fees to ensure that they reflect potential impacts on traffic. The motion passed with a vote of 32-0. Similar decisions passed by this committee and by the Planning and Growth Management Committee use the same language in terms of recognizing a need to revise the fee based on traffic congestion. The same language is found in the Congestion Management Plan, the Deputy Mayor's Roundtable on Gridlock, and of course, Mayor John Tory's 6-point plan to combat traffic congestion. So my question is this: if all of these documents and decisions identify traffic congestion caused by lane closures specifically as the reason that the fees should be revisited, why is the fee now being restructured not on the basis of congestion costs, but rather on a market fee as informed by parking rates? Even if this can be rationalized, it is still very flawed. For example, we looked at 151 staging reports submitted to the city between 2006 and 2014, found that less than half actually interfered with TPA parking spots at all. The report goes into more detail and provides further reasons why this metric is flawed. The staff report for this item mentions that Transportation Services retained a consultant to determine the commuter costs of travel delays resulting from lane occupancy specifically, something to the tune of $4,000 per hour during peak times on major arterials, $2,000 per hour off-peak. We can contrast this with the $5,411 that the city's currently charging for lane closures that last years. I arrived at this value by dividing the total revenue from occupancy fees, $2.5 million in 2014, by the number of permits issued in that year. So $5,411 buys you a lane for a few years. Meanwhile, commuters are at a loss of $4,000 per hour from delays caused by that very lane occupancy. The building industry often states that any increase in fees will ultimately fall onto the homeowner or business owner at the time of unit purchase. An appropriate response to that statement should be this: who should bear the cost of these lane occupancies? The people who will eventually live and work inside the development, or the road users from all over the city who have nothing to do with that particular development? I feel fortunate to live in a city that values accessibility for everyone. The importance of pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure and the importance of accessibility is made abundantly clear in the city's official plan. I'm therefore disappointed that the staff report for this agenda item sees the pedestrian and cyclist realm, as I'm now quoting it, not necessarily being negatively impacted, and due to the low potential impact, the existing fee of $5.77 would continue to be applied to the sidewalk and boulevard portion of the right-of-way. Contrary to these statements, we found in our site visits and research that sidewalk users were in fact adversely affected by lane occupancy, especially in the winter months when accumulated snow further constrains the space. I believe anyone who has walked under one of these scaffoldings can attest to this. And when we add wheelchairs, strollers, and people walking their bicycles to the equation, I don't see how the sidewalk users can be described as not necessarily being negatively impacted. Our proposed fee metric can be found in the report, and it takes into account more than just the points that I've made here in this limited time. Thank you for your consideration of our group from Ryerson University during your deliberations.
Okay, thank you very much. And you have a question, Councillor Davis.
Could you point to us where the fee metric is in your report? Because we
Yeah,
just got it.
it's in the appendix there. I think it should be the first section of the appendix.
Maybe,
Apologize, it's a little bit long.
maybe you can.
Page 40, page 40.
Page 40. Maybe you can just explain it while I'm looking.
Sure. So, like I began by saying, all the conversations leading up to this point have suggested that the fee should be revisited on what basis? The basis that traffic congestion caused by lane occupancies is an issue. The very recent proposal and the original proposal instead base it off of parking revenue. So our metric bases it off of volumes. And we do distinguish between the sidewalk and the road, but for the sidewalk, we look at pedestrian volumes. For the road, we look at not just motorist volumes, but also cyclist volumes.
So this is blank. This is just the model that you would use. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was beyond the scope of our project to actually attach a dollar value to each of those, but that's what we would.
Now, you also made reference to the cost of congestion, that there is, that's been established. Could you explain that a bit further?
Yeah, so when I referred to the cost of congestion, I was referring to figures that were stated in the staff report for this agenda item. It was citing or referencing a consultant that was retained by Transportation Services to do the study. But I mean, we've heard, you know, about costs of congestion. They're astronomical, right? But actually what's interesting is that particular study appears to be specifically about not just traffic congestion, but cost of traffic congestion caused by lane occupancies specifically. I don't support the changes. I would recommend that that committee not pass this proposal and take more time to review the recommendations that we put forward in the report.
Okay. Given that I haven't had a chance to go through your report, in a very, very sort of in one statement, why don't you support them, and what would you support?
So in one statement, I don't support these, this proposal because it bases the fee metric not on the cost of traffic congestion, as has been cited by.
Okay, irrespective of the trash, and what would you report? What would you support?
So because the conversations have said that we should be basing these fees off cost of congestion, I suggest we should base it off of traffic volumes. I believe that is.
And what would that do to what we're looking at? Would that increase fees beyond what's being recommended, or keep them somewhere between where they're being recommended and where they currently are?
Well,
what does it do?
I can't say exactly. I don't have, like I said, attaching a dollar value to each of the variables that we created in our metric was beyond the scope of our project. I think very likely the costs would be increased significantly.
Beyond what the staff is currently?
That I cannot say. I can only say that they'd be increased beyond what they are now.
Using your metric?
That's right, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, where's your study available online?
Sorry, which study?
Is your study available online?
The study that
the
we
open
conducted?
call.
Yeah, it is. There's an electronic version of it's just a version of the report that you have in your hand, though. That is the report. It summarizes in detail the research we performed, case studies. I think also what's very interesting, my partner will speak to it briefly, is information technologies that are being applied.
Yeah. The reason why I ask is because in your appendix you say red color, blue color, but it's black and white for me. So I don't see any of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. If you go
go
to the online one,
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. If you go to the online one, it's attached to the item of this agenda. I sent it to the committee administrator yesterday. You can see it in color there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we've got his partner in crime, so if you have more questions, you can ask this next gentleman. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is Arash Othurkar. I, too, am a candidate of the Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning program at Ryerson University, and I have just completed my third year. As mentioned by my partner, Paolo, we are making a deputation on the street occupation permit fee revisions. I would like to provide a summary of the research our team has carried out from the period from January to April, along with alternative fee structure and recommendations that we have proposed. Collectively, our team has performed an in-depth analysis to the best of our ability, but I would like to mention that this study was limited to a duration of just 4 months. The analysis pertained to the original proposal, and even though a different metric has now been proposed by Transportation Services, the idea of a zone-based fee based on lost TPA revenue still seems to stand, and we see our analysis of the original proposal as still relevant. As stated earlier by my partner, a key part of our research included taking an inventory of all construction staging staff reports available on the city's website between 2006 and 2014. Out of the 151 projects we analyzed, only 44% of them actually occupied any TPA spaces. This is the key reason that the metric based on lost TPA revenue is actually flawed. However, we could not dismiss this lost revenue altogether and kept this in mind when developing a new fee structure. We also looked at the application of information technologies in the construction industry. One information technology we looked at in detail was Building Information Modeling, or BIM for short. As an example, Clayco, a Chicago-based construction firm, outfitted their staff with tablets running the software. Clayco calculated that 1.7 hours a week per user was saved by using this BIM software. The cost of using it would be estimated to be between 0.1 and 0.5% of the construction costs. Additionally, through our research, we looked at cities such as San Francisco, Orange County, Florida, and Vancouver. San Francisco faces similar development constraints to Toronto, and their planning authorities have created what they call a blue book that contains all applicable regulations pertaining to the right-of-way occupancy permits. Out of Orange County, Florida, is an increased transparency in where right-of-way occupancy fee revenues are directed. In Vancouver, developers are limited to the use of one lane for staging, and lane closures are only permitted if done on weekends, and these limitations bring about the use of innovative staging techniques. Similar to San Francisco, Vancouver has a traffic control manual that helps developers navigate through the right-of-way occupancy process. Our proposed fee structure is made on the basis that every site is different and attempts to take into account measures of congestion. It distinguishes between occupancy of the sidewalk and occupancy of the road lane. If no TPA parking spaces are affected, as is the case more than half the time, then the developer will not have to recover lost TPA revenue. With regard to how the lost TPA revenue is calculated, it should depend on the maximum paid parking hours at that location. It is not always 14 hours as is assumed in the current proposal. Additionally, our proposed fee structure would charge developers based on their proximity to expressway ramps, which we have found through our site visits are highly susceptible to traffic congestion. Importantly, our proposal leaves room to decrease the cost to developers. These incentives would come in the form of credits given in return for implementation of information technology strategies we just talked about. I would like to conclude with our final recommendations. Our first recommendation is to encourage developers to follow bylaws and fulfill conditions in order to mitigate traffic congestion around the construction staging area. We saw that many construction sites were not clear of snow, or if they were, the snow was just pushed closer to the road against the law. Our second recommendation is to incentivize the use of information technologies. Third, increasing the accessibility of information that provides clear and easily understood rules, incorporating incentives into the fee structure, and our last recommendation is that a traffic impact report for all construction staging areas within a certain distance of expressway ramps or highway ramp be mandatory. So I would like to conclude by saying that we recommend not to pass this proposal, and recommend taking more time to review the issues we have identified and the report we have provided. Thank you for your time and consideration of our group from Ryerson University during your deliberations.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Oh, yes, we do. Councillor Perruzza.
So I guess what you've gone out and done is basically try to, from my understanding, is try to introduce from your perspective what would be considered an element of fairness in this fee structure this is what this is about, right?
Basically, yes, that's exactly what we try to do. We were given a limited amount of time. It was a 4-month studio project that is part of Ryerson's urban planning program in the last 2 years, in the third year and fourth year. Given this topic, we knew we had a certain amount of time to work with. We had to limit ourselves in our research in order to develop our report in a timely manner, and this is what we have come up with. Councillors,
I guess then you fundamentally believe or have come to the belief that you can, within a fee structure of this nature, bring some element of fairness that would be readily transparent to everybody in the world, right? Basically, would look at it and say, yeah, I agree, that would be fair.
well, I guess the first step would be making this deputation and hearing it from staff and everybody here. And yes, again, this is the first time we've carried out a project of this scope. It was an interesting topic.
You know what we need you to do? We need you to develop the same metrics on parking tickets, where you should get a parking ticket, and where they have that. Anyway, that's very interesting.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right.
Interesting. Yes.
So I just had one comment, if I may.
Just very
Sorry,
quickly.
Madam Councillor. We did provide a simulation with some numbers based on a project. What was the name of the project? Sorry, at Shooter Street and Dalhousie.
Did you want to show it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
This also might give you an idea, Councillor Perruzza, of your earlier question. So this compares a current fee structure down here. Sorry, let me move it up a bit. And then here's our proposal down here. So the increase is significant. But I think one of the ideas is that our fee structure would allow for a very site-specific evaluation. So this is in no way representative of, all sites across the city.
And once again, just
Okay.
to mention the fact that this is beyond the scope of our project, but we felt it was necessary to provide some quantitative information with it, so we did provide
Okay.
a simulation.
We're way over time, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, any questions for staff? We've finished our deputations. Councillor Davis goes up first.
So we've just heard a quite eloquent and well-researched alternative model, which is based on economic impacts as a way to charge for occupancy. Could you just comment on this? You do, in fact, on page 8 of the report, peg an amount here to 2,000 to 4,000 per hour and 1,000 to 2,000 per hour during off-peak times. Are we able to, or did you consider this approach, and why did you not use it?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor. We considered a whole host of approaches here. Unfortunately, at this point in time, the City of Toronto can only charge for cost recovery or rent. We are not permitted to charge for impacts. So while it's a model that's employed elsewhere, we currently don't have that ability. That said, too, I think the numbers that we put in there regarding impacts for some typical large streets that we wanted to show was just basically to convey what the daily impacts were. And again, we will acknowledge that building industry, building new developments, contractors, they all do create positive benefits. The goal of this is, again, not to be punitive here. It's just simply to encourage them to occupy less space for less duration.
So there are other jurisdictions who do charge, because they have the jurisdiction to do it, based on economic impacts?
Yeah, New York City has an extensive team that does do modeling for major impacts, so they will look at this and look to ways to phase the project in less impactful ways. Another city, I believe Dublin, has sort of mapped every street in the city and tried to assign a value to it. Now, all of that said, building to the lot lines on high-profile, high-volume streets does cost more, or would cost
Okay,
more.
but this, by using TPA rates and looking at it in zones, you feel is the appropriate way to proceed?
It became challenging. We did look at actually land values and things like that based on real estate, but real estate adjacent to these locations literally can be dictated by zoning, what's permitted to be built on those sites. So doing that throughout the entire city would have been challenging. The one thing we wanted to try to do is make it defensible, predictable, and transparent to developers so that they know out of the gate what the charge would be. Doing street by street is difficult because we do have situations where we actually would encourage a contractor to be on an arterial instead of a side street because construction trucks would have to pass through a neighborhood to access the
Okay,
site.
and why did you not recommend any change to sidewalk occupancy and boulevard occupancy, which clearly is obstructed, and there are impacts on pedestrians as well?
There is. We basically have put measures in place to require where possible, passable ways of at least 2.1 meters. So we do work with the contractors to try to maintain pedestrian accessibility in high areas. Obviously, there may be issues in terms of the sidewalk being slightly pinched in some locations. But again, the goal of this was, what we were asked to do is to look at the impact of road occupancy on congestion. So, yeah, so if contractors, again, because they have to do things like swinging concrete into the site, we would typically encourage them to back vehicles in to what may be currently the sidewalk space and relocate the sidewalk into a travel or parking lane. So we, in almost all cases, we do try to maintain the sidewalk way. There will be some unique circumstances where that might not even be possible, but again, we try to limit that as best we can.
And charge for that?
We do charge for that space. Again, what we're proposing in here is that it would remain 5.77 meters or per square meter per month.
Nobody else? Okay, Councillor McMahon put her hand up first. You can go next.
Thank you, Chair. So just with regards to the presentation from Build and this reduplication of the crane swing fee, can you comment on that, please?
Through the chair, yes, this was an issue that we've heard from the industry time and again about the crane swing fee. At this point, it wasn't in the focus of this study, and I guess the one thing is we could look at it. We would have to understand the logic in terms of why it's being claimed to be redundant. But again, we'd have to look at that specific charge in light of this new charge now.
So you don't, just off the top, you don't think it's duplication, or you're not sure?
Not sure. I have to look at what the definition of it. I believe the much of the charge was relating to, it wasn't rental fee, but it may have been cost recovery fee. So we have to dig into the rationale behind that.
And why wasn't it included in this study?
Well, we were asked to look specifically at the lane closure fee.
Okay,
and
right.
it would have potentially dragged this out a little bit further. So again, we wouldn't have any objection to investigating it further if we felt it was appropriate.
Okay,
Or if
thanks.
council thinks it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
What do our fees generate now overall, and like what's that number?
Through the chair, roughly, I think it's $2.3 million per year.
Okay, 2.3. And what do you project the new fees, if approved, would generate?
Well, we don't know. Again, our hope here is that we get compliance and behavior modification. So if contractors decide to use less space and use a shorter duration, that is our end goal in this. So we don't necessarily know. I think we've made estimates that we felt that it might generate in the range of $1 to $1.5 million additionally each year.
Okay, so from 2.3, you think you might be able to generate $3.5–4 million a year?
This is our estimation, Councillor, and it's our best guess at this point.
Okay. Now, I guess I understand that in relation to this, it's very small, but I guess one of my concerns, and I was trying to listen to the young folks who came here who did this broad study. I guess these types of fee structures or revenue-generating measures, this isn't something that's based on ability to pay. This is something connected to real estate. And I guess my concern, in part my concern is this, that when you try to develop these types of rationales connected to real estate, what they have a tendency to do is drive up real estate values or land values in certain areas of the city. And usually they're the well-to-do areas of the city. And what you do is you create this effect over time where the well-to-do areas continue to do very, very well because the land values begin to increase and increase exponentially. And the poorer neighborhoods, you know, a neighborhood like I represent, the Jane Finch area, for example, they have a tendency to get poorer and poorer in relation because there's really no element of fairness that you can bring into a system like this connected to real estate or connected to streets or connected to particular neighborhoods. Have you considered that and what the impacts might be over time?
Through the chair, I guess we suspect that the imposition of increased fees may get passed along to the property owners at that point. In some of the most, I'll say, in some of the locations where we analyzed scenarios and looked at what the largest increase might be, the worst one we saw, I think, was a potential $1,000 increase on a $500 to $3.2 million unit.
But still, it's an incremental increase to that particular a building or that particular land,
We would
correct?
say it would add cost to the property, not necessarily add value to the property. So that would be a slight difference that we would say.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm just going to expand on Councillor Davis's question. So can you tell us exactly why you can't charge for impacts?
Perhaps legal may want to provide the legal basis for this as well.
Yeah, cost recovery.
Sorry. Your microphone, I think.
It's not working. Is it on now? Oh, the light didn't go on. Anyhow, so we are required or only permitted to impose fees that are on a cost recovery basis, so to recover the costs that the city incurs in administering the work, collecting the fees, that sort of thing.
Okay, so this new model is market-based?
That's the logic on it, yes.
Okay. And then just back to, just to expand on Councillor McMahon's questions on the cranes, because I don't think we're entirely understanding that. Is there not, like, when it swings over the hoarding site, there's a charge, or can you give us a little bit more information on this? Because it seems to be a concern for Build, this crane swinging over the hoarding sites. I thought the city actually didn't charge a fee for that. That's why I'm confused, that we didn't charge a fee if the crane only swang over the hoarding site. Or the site's hoarding, I guess I should say it that way.
So when a developer comes in with an application for a construction staging area and all of the relevant work that they have to do, we ask them to show us where their crane is located, and on the plan to do a circle of where the swing of the crane boom will cover. If that area is only on the site itself, or only on the site itself plus the staging area, then they are not charged a double fee. But most of the time, particularly in the downtown core area where everything's so tight, that circle encompasses part of the roadway that's not the staging area, and the fee is not based on a per square meter, it's just per day. So the fee is almost $50 per day if they are going over the city right-of-way at any point in that circle.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. That's clearer now for me.
No, I don't need to speak.
Here, sorry, my mic's not working. Or I'm not pushing the buttons, it's working perfectly. So I have actually two motions that if the clerks could put them up on the screen, that would be helpful. And the first motion is basically, I'll wait till it's up there. Oh no, I'll put my timer on here. Here we go. All right, thank you very much. The first motion expands on the third recommendation. So it puts a Q4 2015 date on the report request and asks staff to also report on the feasibility of increasing fees when permits are renewed. So once the permit's up and the applicant asks to renew, then we would look at increasing the fees. My second motion is to ask for a report on the feasibility of linking fees to user impacts. And so we know that lane occupation, all of us have it in our ward. It has a significant impact. We all can tell stories about it. The other day at Yonge and Lawrence, there's been a lane occupancy permit in place there for some time. And then on top of that, the city was doing water main work. And it was mayhem at Yonge and Lawrence while that was happening. So I think we have to look closely at how this impacts the roads and streets in our city. I understand there's a 5-year review of the City of Toronto Act. That's underway. We all know that. And my motion asks staff to report in the context of that review on whether we can link fees to user impacts like congestion and lost productivity. So I'd like to thank staff for their great work on this report. It's been a long time coming. A lot of people feel like, we've been waiting for this and it's overdue. And I know there's some people who feel there should be prohibitions on lanes, but our deputation today clearly indicated there is a lot of talk in the media about New York City, and that's been clarified for us today that that is not the case in New York City when this first topic came up months ago. So I also want to thank BUILD because they've been very involved in this process. And I'm not sure they're perfectly happy, but they've been very good about working with city staff, meeting with them regularly, and providing best practices and feedback. Basically, when you take a lane of traffic away, it creates pinch points in our road network, and the result is congestion. And so this is why we need to take this market-based approach. I think the zone concept is excellent, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition. So I hope everyone will support this. I'm moving the staff recommendations as well as my motions, and I hope you'll support this in our quest to fight congestion in Toronto. Thank you, and Councillor Holiday was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of additions to your first motion, friendly ones, I hope.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes, they are, if we can get them up. A couple of other pieces. I recognize the significance of the fee increase that we will be asking constructors to pay in this city. And I want to remain focused on the idea that this is to change behavior rather than just to gouge and look for revenue. But given that they can be significant in some of the instances, we're going to ask folks to sharpen their pencils, to plan tighter, to modify behaviors. I wondered if we could get a report on incentives and those outs, that if the good behavior is found or the time period has been reduced, that maybe there is a provision to get some of the feedback. I'm not saying it should be a straight line refund because, you know what, you just go in to get a permit for longer than you need and then just cash in on what's left. I'm not sure that's the easiest way to do it, but if there is an opportunity where a project finishes early, maybe there's a way to promote that. And secondly, I do take concern with some of the statements made today about crane fees and potential overlap of fees. And I think this committee and council would be helpful for us to have a full understanding of all of the fees that the city are charging builders so that we can take that into account when we are setting these numbers. And so I would like that to be part of the future report back as well. I hope my colleagues on committee would like that information as well and will support these additions.
Just a quick friendly amendment to your friendly amendment. So apparently D, believe it or not, D is beyond the scope of Public Works Infrastructure Committee. We're not as powerful as we wish to be. And so if you would be okay with us just saying, amending D to say to send to the appropriate committee, because we're not sure right at this time, clerks aren't sure exactly where that should go, but if you're okay with...
I'm totally good with that. If there's a way to include anything related to transportation into this, if that crane fee is part of transportation scope. If not, if it goes to another place, as long as we get the information somehow, I'm very flexible.
Okay, yeah, it's just beyond our scope.
Yeah, I realize we're sort of a diverse entity, and that maybe that's part of the problem, is that fees are coming from other places, and we need to be informed of those when we set our end.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the movers? Councillor Lee. Mover, Councillor Lee.
I'm looking at the item D, and although you have a full spectrum of fees, I would like to see a column saying that why are we charging those fees? What is it paying for? To have a good idea of why we're charging, because many a times we charge a fee, but we have no idea what we're paying, why they are paying it, right? So I think I'd like to have that added in. Thank you.
Seeing Councillor Perruzza, would you like to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support what's before us today, but with the view that that it will and will have some impact and modify behavior. But I guess the one thing that I will be watching closely is how we go from a $2.3 million that we're currently generating annually from these fees to what happens down the road. And and I just want to pick up on Councillor Holliday's remarks. We need to. I've always believed that you govern as if you're always in the middle of a recession. I think that that's the approach that government always needs to be focused in on. Development, this kind of activity is, it generates growth. It creates jobs, renewal, all those good things. We have this great city that has all kinds of wonderful potential for renewal and growth. And anytime you introduce any of these measures, whether it's fees or what we're going to be considering in terms of cranes and these kinds of things, they're not just fees. They are red tape. They're the sticky stuff that gums you up and basically, creates disincentives and makes things more difficult for people to get projects in the ground and do all of those wonderful things that we want them to do. So it's easy to say for us to say, well, it's the big bad developer that's going to pay it, and they make lots of money anyways. So why not? It's only a few more bucks out of their back pocket. That's not true. We all know that that's not true. That's not who it's paid by. It's ultimately paid by you and I and everyone else. And it's paid through a number of forms. And all of those additional costs, at the end of the day, much of it ends up in debt for people. Much of it goes, to pay interest and all kinds of other things. So every time we add it on, it basically, it's another add-on. So I'm going to take staff's best advice on this and say that their view related to this is to change behavior so that people who want to build stuff get off our roadways quicker. They build it differently. They may have to incur some additional costs in doing that, but we're not going to know about that. So they're the ones that are going to do that. So I'll support it today, but I'm going to ask the question again in the future and I'm going to remember those numbers, by the way, so to see where that all goes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perruzza. All those I think we're going to vote now, so all those in favor? Opposed? Carries. I think that was actually unanimous. All right, thank you very much. We're going to move to our next item, which is PW 5.2 Solid Waste Management Services Long-Term Waste Management Strategy Progress Report, Q2 2015. And as I said this morning, there is a presentation. Staff are going to take their place and we'll start the presentation. I'll just warn our committee that we may run into quorum problems. Because Councillor Moser isn't here. Also, as a commercial break, for those of you who don't know, Captain John's boat is being towed at this time. That's an important update for people to be aware of. Captain John's boat is being towed right now, been towed away. Oh, that's big for you, Lou, but nobody else. Nobody else.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about the waste strategy, and this is a really exciting time for the waste strategy. I know it seems like you've heard from us for a number of times, but although you're not being asked to make any decisions today, it's really setting out the framework for decision-making and shaping the strategy and getting to the real fun part of things. I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of where we're at in the process to ground you. I know we've been talking about this for a long time. A real key thing is that we're revising the timelines to give a little bit more time for discussion and input for the process. Give you a quick overview of the 36-page report and all the things that are in there, and just some quick takeaways to conclude the process. So as a reminder, the reason we're here is that we have limited landfill capacity, and we really want to develop a guide for decision-making over the next 30 to 50 years. The waste strategy was also part of, as one of the council's strategic actions, so this will fulfill a number of things for the community moving into the future, and we're looking at both short-term things that we can do and making sure that we're set up well into 2050. If you recall, at the beginning of this process, we set out some guiding principles that you see there that we're working on developing and integrating into the things that are coming forward. And really, the important thing is that we're looking at all options, and we're not just focusing in on residential waste like Target 70 had. So it's not just about disposal, it's a really comprehensive and integrated package. We've brought for you 3 reports on when the actual work began. We started talking about it in March of 2013, and this is our 3rd update report on the actual work that's being done. So the important thing on this slide is really, I'm showing you some new timelines that are reflected in the report. And the idea is that you would be approving a waste strategy for the city about this time next year. In 2015 rather, I'll walk you through what these key points are. The purple stars on the slide represent decision points that we're either bringing information to Public Works Committee or we're asking you to decide. So we're starting with today, we're bringing you the information about a vision, themes, guiding principles, the list of options, and a draft evaluation criteria. So this is meant to be the starting point of the discussion. Once you receive the report today, then we're embarking on a consultation period that we're getting feedback on these draft pieces of the strategy that have been released out into the community. The idea is by about middle of July 24th, that we would be closing off the consultation period and then incorporating everything that we've heard from all the stakeholders and interested parties and coming up with a revised vision, guiding principles, evaluation criteria, and a final list of options that will be continuing on into the process. So the September meeting is a really critical time frame that you'll be making decisions, and so it's really important that everyone take the time now over the next couple of months to get everything out on the table as we can. So this once we've got the approval of these key pieces, then we can actually start preparing the strategy and applying all of the evaluation criteria at that time. So the key part here is we're developing the strategy in 2015. Going into 2016, we're going to be in the document and decide phase. So based on applying everything that we've developed over this period in 2013, we'll be presenting a draft strategy to the Public Works Committee in January of 2016. This will then be released through a consultation period through February and March. We'll take that input, look at an implementation roadmap, and then come back to Public Works Committee with the last purple star in the spring of 2016, seeking approval from Public Works Committee and Council on the final strategy. Just a bit of an overview of the current work that we're doing. This was really about the work that we're doing since January on building the foundation to get to this point so that we can develop the strategy. We have the draft vision and guiding principles that have been released, looking at the gaps and challenges in our current system. What are things that need to be addressed based on what we know today? projecting into the future, what does it look like based on our population growth, economy, housing densities, what is the forecast of into the future, and then applying those two things together to assess what our needs are going to be. We've also developed evaluation criteria and a list of preliminary options around these 5 areas of the 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, and the residual disposal. A little bit more about the evaluation criteria that have been developed. We're following a triple bottom line approach, so making sure that we're looking at the environmental factors, the social factors, and the economic factors as well as part of this decision making. This will be a way that we compare the options that are being considered and the long list of options that we're going to get out of this initial part of the process, and then applying these various evaluation criteria. There's a set of indicators that have been drafted and are released in the report for consideration to show how we'll evaluate and choose these options. They're divided into 2 different types of evaluation criteria: the programmatic, and these are the policy type of things that we're considering, behavior changes, how we're designing programs, and then the hard facilities as well, the infrastructure that's needed. So the criteria is a little bit different depending whether you're talking about the people or the facility type of options. A little bit more about the options. We have over 60 options that have been released in this particular document, and I'm certain that we're going to receive a lot more as we move through this process. So in the report, there's a list of the options, and I have to really emphasize that they're in alphabetical order. There's been no decision or applying how we're going to consider these options. We just want to make sure that everything is out on the table. There's an Appendix 1, which gives you a little bit more detail in terms of the options that are out there. And it's really has been a tremendous process even to this point to get those options. Our stakeholder advisory group has had 10 meetings to date, and their focus since January has been working through the options with us and helping to get that information out. We also have had 5 key stakeholder meetings and looking at with these stakeholder groups of current service providers, that we have First Nations, nonprofits, ratepayers, and multi-residential stakeholders as well. So really trying to get as many perspectives in place as we can, and they have been themed and also sorted between whether they're a program type of change or a facility or infrastructure type of example. The engagement piece is quite significant that we've been doing, and you can see the full list of all of the things that we've been doing. We had the counselor sessions this past week, and we're planning to continue with that with some one-on-one meetings over the summer, just to give some additional opportunities. The stakeholder groups that I mentioned, the Waste Education Speaker Series has been really an excellent way to engage the community, and we had another one last night on clothing. Our first one was on community organizations back in April. So this has been a really good way to expand our social network. You can see that we're using online engagement and using Twitter. So this has been a really interesting addition, I think, that although we have some formal ways that through our consultation and the community partners that we're connecting with through these education speakers, that we're actually getting a lot broader network through the social networks that have been created. We also have this email listserv, so it's an email list that people can subscribe to. So really working on the, if you tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends, that we're really getting a much broader engagement throughout this process. We do have the bricks and mortar consultation coming up in June. So June 9th is our first public information center starting in Etobicoke, and we provided the information on those 4 PICs. And this is really a chance for in-person consultation. So we'll have an open house, a presentation, and really trying to get the conversation going through the small group facilitated discussions. And these are really focusing on now confirming the gaps and challenges in the current system, we'll be putting forward a draft vision statement based on the feedback that we've received to date, and further talking about the list of options and the evaluation criteria. So this will be an important way that we continue to get that feedback throughout the process. So the key takeaways here today are you have some basic information on the current system gaps and challenges based on what we have today. You have a draft vision and vision themes and guiding principles that are being shared with the public. The draft evaluation criteria, and this will be what will be used to apply to the options so that we can now pick from the long list of options to form into a waste strategy. And the list of options, we fully expect that this to be a much longer list by the time we come back to you in September. So I can't emphasize enough, this is all draft and really open to any and all comments from both the committee and the public and all members of council as we really come to this critical decision point in September of now setting the way we're going to make decisions to develop that final strategy. So at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have about the report.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, Beth. We're just going to stop for 1 minute because clerks have asked that we just go back quickly to item 1. Just to clarify that we wanted to make sure all committee members understood that we were moving staff recommendations as well as the amendments that were put forward by myself and Councillor Holiday. So we had everybody was their understanding? Do you want us to do anything further? You want us to vote?
Yeah, I want you to vote.
She wants us to vote. All right, all those in favor of the staff recommendations as amended? All right, so you want us to do it individually or as a package?
It's up to committee.
Let's do it as a package. Councillor Lee, all those in favor? That's unanimous. All right, so let's go back to this. Beth, I think I might like to, we have a few deputations, so would you mind if we did those first? So let's get to those. So they've been waiting patiently. Astra Burka is up first. Welcome, Astra. Okay, do you need help? We might need some help with the projector. Oh my God, this makes me. Well,
All right, so am I started already? Yeah, thank you, because I just had technical. Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Astra Burka, and I'm an architect, independent filmmaker, and urban thinker. I think it's great that they're doing a long-term waste management plan for the City of Toronto because it's an opportunity to create new economies in both the city and the province. What I'm proposing is a motion for harvesting residential construction and demolition waste. To set up a registry for residential construction and demolition waste for Toronto would be a test study that could be used for long-term thinking. Background. Each year, the City of Toronto issues more than 2,000 demolition permits for residential houses. That could be 38 plus a week. Every week, houses are being demolished. So can you imagine how many rooms that would fill? Where does this waste go? To a city dump, or does it get recycled? Why not create a registry to recycle all house materials? Vancouver, BC is starting a program to recycle all construction materials for houses built before 1940. All houses slated for demolition here are not necessarily protected by the Heritage Act. Well-built homes made of reusable, recycled materials such as bricks, wood, and other construction substances could be registered and harvested. Superuse Studios, an architecture firm in Rotterdam, has set up a harvest map for all of Holland. This is just a picture of an example. If you don't know what it is, it's a windmill that they have taken down that's not being reused, and they're making it into a children's playground. I will show you my harvest map. Okay. So this is the harvest map that they have created in Holland. And harvesting identifies and offers useful residual materials otherwise to be destined for perpetual disuse. That's what we're doing right now. Residual materials consist of end-of-life material, construction or demolition waste, dead stock, or production waste. The City Hall of Rotterdam is participating in this registry. The opportunity is to create secondary industries and jobs to manage the reused materials and waste. The Brickworks is a perfect place and opportunity to set up an inventory of recycled bricks coming from demolition sites. For example, in Schollard Street, they're using 60% of their bricks that they have recycled to do the renovation on a project right now. I talked to the builder. Vancouver is looking at owners of all buildings built before 1940 slated for demolition to be responsible for the recycling of the construction materials. Toronto could also implement something like this. Many beautiful built homes in Toronto are being demolished daily and the waste put in a dump when all their materials could be recycled. The City of Toronto could provide owners of houses built before 1940 with tax credit incentives to build additions versus demolition. We don't provide any incentives for maintaining a house here. And if you want to demolish a house, you have to do it sustainably. Anything built, so the owner has two choices, add an addition or do a sustainable, because we're just throwing it all in a dump. The larger picture is to study the current and future flows and what flows in and out of the city to determine how to create secondary industries and a more sustainable society. In your package, there's also a video of a group of architects called the Metabolists who talk about sustainability. And I'm just going to give a couple of more examples. So with the harvest map, this is what they've produced in Holland. Where is my harvest map? Oh, right here. It's a brochure right here, and you can see when they do their harvest map, I'm just doing it like that, they have indicators, sorry, it's the wrong, I don't know why that's, oh, it's this way, sorry, I did it backwards. As you can see in the harvest map, they have harvesting for wood, for iron, for textiles, metal, glass, electronics, brick, chemicals, organic, and paper and carton. And another example, I'm just showing you for sustainability, when you can't do garbage, they have a special garbage collection for waste in smaller located areas where you can use a compressor, and then it gets picked up once a week. This is for 30 households. And when you look at the larger picture, I'm over, sorry. I just wanted to say, in conclusion, is that we could start an experiment of harvesting our materials of residential houses and see where everything goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was distracted because it was so fascinating. Do we have any questions of the deputy and from the outside visiting councillors?
Yes.
Wonderful visiting councillors.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deputy Chair. There is a small, rather unknown agency that the city is in partnership with, along with the TRCA, called Partners in Project Green. Are you familiar with these? So one part of their work is on waste management, and they run something similar to what you're talking about on a very micro scale called their material exchange network. That's quite similar, but it's only for the industrial side of things. It's industrial byproducts where they, like corn husks get turned into bedding for whatever. Is that the type of thing we're looking on? So we've got a small scale, and you're saying that the city, you think the city could upscale this to not only include industrial byproducts, but also construction and demolition waste?
That's correct, Councillor Layton, through the chair. Basically, we're very timid in how we deal with waste, and what they've done is the City of Rotterdam, the actual city, like the City of Toronto, has the registry, so people start buying and selling bricks, metal, materials, recycling. Super U Studios, who's working right now with Detroit, built a house with 70% recycled materials. And so I think we should think bigger, bolder, because I think this will create fabulous economies for all these young people looking for new jobs, setting up little depots, all our industrial lands where we don't know what to do with the buildings. We can start setting up registries so everybody knows that they can buy and sell. Or if you want to add a brick garage to your existing 1920s house, you can go to the registry, find out where the red bricks are, and do it. It takes time and money, because right now the demolition wrecking ball comes in, 24 hours it's gone. And this might take 2 weeks. And that's the 2 weeks that is very important, where you come and analyze all the copper used, everything. And we could totally start a new industry.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of our deputant? I just have one. It's Astra, right? What was you're an architect?
I'm an architect, yes.
And so do you have a company, or you work freelance kind of?
I'm what you call an individual. I have no conflict of interest with anybody because I operate on my own.
Okay.
So I am a thinker. I'm actually what you call a philanthropist. I give out free information of my knowledge because I don't fit into the box. I fit outside of the box.
Great, thank you. Would you be able to send this information, the harvestmap.org, and your beautiful picture of the playground at the beginning to all councillors and the mayor?
Yes, I could. To all councillors, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's very informative.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I have a brochure about the harvest map.
Yeah.
Whoa, one is already ahead of us, but
I know, and
he's a keener.
also, just as an aside, they did a book on flows. On flows, like, I think we have to start thinking differently. We're thinking very bureaucratically and very into linear, and I'm more organic, but flows. What flows in and out of the city? We haven't studied that. That's, are we getting windows from China? Are we making them in the province? This is how we have to start thinking of all our industries, like what energy comes in and what energy goes out. And that's how you can start thinking about creating these mappings of recyclable materials.
Great, thank you. That was great. So next we have Emily Alfred, waste campaigner for Toronto Environment Alliance. Come on down, Emily. Welcome.
Thank you.
This is your bailiwick.
Yes. I have a briefing note for the committee members.
Okay.
How should I pass it?
If you give it to clerks, usually someone is. And thanks.
I also have a visual that I can put on the display.
Okay, thank you.
So, good morning, committee. Thank you for letting me speak to the committee about this. My name is Emily Alfred. I'm the waste campaigner for the Toronto Environmental Alliance, or T. We're a grassroots environmental organization, and we have supporters. We have over 50,000 supporters across Toronto. Our members care about waste diversion and building a waste-free future for Toronto. In addition to being the waste campaigner for T, I also, as part of that job, I work with the public. We monitor and work on provincial waste policy, and I'm a member of the Long-Term Waste Management Strategy Stakeholder Advisory Group. So I'm spending a lot of time thinking about this. I'm trying to focus on some really simple facts today, rather than getting into a lot of the details, but I'd be happy to talk about those details anytime with anyone. I'm here to point out that something that I've pointed out at a few Public Works meetings in the past, and to urge the committee to ensure that we look at the development of the long-term waste strategy as an opportunity to develop a long-term waste diversion and waste reduction strategy as well. This is an important graphic that was actually developed by city staff for the 2015 operating budget discussion. Basically, it shows that what is in the garbage bin of the average household in Toronto. So this is residential waste, and if you look at what's in the garbage bin, only 35% of what's going out in the garbage bin is actually garbage. We've got green bin waste, recyclable waste, durable goods that could be broken down for recycling or reused, household hazardous waste, and electronics. That's a really big deal, and I think that's a fact that we really need to keep in mind when we're looking at this long-term waste strategy. And I think that needs to be front and center for all discussions with the public, and I want the committee to keep that in mind. Most of what we're throwing out could be recycled in existing city programs. This isn't about new recyclables or new technology. When we did a similar analysis a few years ago, and we got very similar results. So this is our fancy graphic with a garbage bag. So on the left, you'll see that that's for the single-family homes. We had 66% of what was in the garbage bag is divertible. And on the right, you'll see for multi-res buildings, that actually goes up to almost 90%. And that's primarily because of the lack of green bins in many apartment buildings. I know that's changing now, but it's still a problem because there's much lower diversion rates in apartments. So what does this mean? Well, I've got one more graphic, and you have a copy of this one on the back of the briefing note that was just handed out. But this is an important fact that puts this all in context. Toronto created 804,000 tons of residential waste in 2014. Of that, just over half was diverted, so we had a 53% diversion rate. Using this statistic that 66% of what's in that garbage bag actually could have been recycled or composted, we could have a residential diversion rate right now of 84%. That's a really big number that we should be thinking about. It's not hard to get to 84%. We just have to look at why are those divertibles going into the garbage bag instead of going into the recycling bin or the compost bin. If we did get to 84% diversion, we would cut the amount of residential waste going to landfill in half. And that would have big implications for our landfill capacity as well. So, you know, as I said, I've been part of the long-term waste management strategy stakeholder advisory group. I know there are public consultations coming up. The long-term waste strategy is looking at a big range of issues, including guiding principles, evaluation criteria, and many, many options. I think that these options are important, and I know that staff are doing a lot to pull a lot of information together, and as a waste geek, I'm reading all of it. But I just want to make sure that the key frame that we put on this question, and that when we talk to the public about this, the first thing we point out is that most of what we're putting in the garbage could have been recycled. We don't need to spend all our time talking about the cost and super high technology options that are going to be some sort of silver bullet that solve the problem. It really comes down to why is any of us in this room putting something in the garbage bin when it could have gone into the recycling bin or the compost bin? And until we answer that question and focus all of our efforts on answering that question, I don't know if we'll really get a good diversion plan from this. So I'm urging this committee to ensure that they keep that in mind, and that the key questions that we ask for the long-term waste strategy is why recyclable, compostable, and divertible waste is ending up in the garbage stream. We could do public opinion polls. We could look at what the city has been doing in terms of education and outreach with the green bin rollout, for example, and what's worked, which buildings have increased their diversion, which hasn't. There's a lot of ways we can do this, but it's a fundamental question that we need to ask. Thanks.
Timing. Any questions, Councillor Davis, and then followed by Councillor Layton.
I guess what you're suggesting to us is that we ought to be looking first at diversion and placing greater priority on diversion over technologies. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely.
And in fact, I believe we passed a motion some months ago to say that we should be looking at diversion strategies first.
Yes, I believe that is mentioned in this long-term strategy, and I know that it's a key thing that's come out in the guiding principles. And I know that there are a number of the many, many options that were that are in this report about what we can do to reduce waste, a lot of them are about reducing waste, but I think still the fundamental fact that reducing waste is a lot easier
And
than
cheaper.
some people think. It's a lot cheaper, definitely.
The other thing, when I look at this long, long list of options, and I think about just myself, and then I think about my residents, trying to look at this long list and make some comparison of one to another, I'm not sure how you would do that. Because they're so different, they are all out of context, and they don't provide any particular suggestion about what kind of diversion these things might achieve.
I think you're right, there's a really big list of
Very different things, too,
Yeah.
apples and oranges.
Yeah, and, you know, in the public consultation that's coming up, we're going to be talking about priorities, evaluation criteria, options, and it's a big list of options that includes things like education tools and system financing. You know, it's a really big range of questions to ask. I would love to see the consultations take place over more meetings so that there is more time for people to really absorb this information. And like you suggest, I think if people were given real data on, you know, how effective we think each of these tools is. You know, if we ask someone, do you think we should have a garburator in an apartment building? They might not know what that is. They may not know how effective that is. Does it really increase our diversion? And without that information, that context of how effective it is, I don't know how useful that public response would be.
I've been looking at the methodology for, there's the evaluation criteria on programmatic change versus facility and infrastructure change, and then there's a long list of options, and then there is also a scoring methodology. Have you and the advisory team or committee had input on all of these things?
We've had some input, yes. There's a group of people, there's only so much time in a meeting to really go over all the details and provide feedback. So you know, we've seen some of it and been able to give some feedback on it.
Could you comment on this scoring?
Which page in the report are you looking at? Just so I can have it in front of me.
It's on page 25 and 26 of the report, which talks about the evaluation for two types of options. So there's two types of evaluation. One of them, it suggests, is using a regular scoring evaluation, which would be the facility and infrastructure change. And another, the programmatic ones, are not going to be scored. They're going to have a more qualitative analysis. And I'm not sure I've ever seen, certainly in an EA, where you're applying different criteria, using different evaluation methodologies. It seems extremely complicated.
Yeah, I would say that I can't comment a lot on it because it is complicated and I don't quite understand. Until we see how those scores play out, it's really hard to know how you would compare a, you know, recycling education mobile phone app to the discussion about looking at private landfill space. I don't know how those two would compare and how they'll be ranked, and if there's going to be a discussion about how things can fit together. So I really can't say.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. The provincial government is exploring some changes to legislation around the financing mix for our recyclables. Can you explain some of that?
Yes, sure. I'd love to talk about waste. So the province is introducing a new Waste Reduction Act. I think it's a Resource and Materials Recovery Act. I can't remember the name of it this time. But the intention that they have stated quite clearly is that they're looking to have 100% stewardship or, you know, producer fees to cover the cost of blue box recycling. So right now in Toronto and in Ontario, 50% of the blue box recycling collection and processing costs are covered by the companies whose products go in the blue box. The province is talking about changing that to 100%. So that would significantly reduce, the implication for Toronto is that would significantly reduce or eliminate the cost of recycling in Toronto. So personally, I think that's another reason to look at increasing recycling and diversion far ahead of looking at any sort of disposal, because it may reduce, the costs may be eliminated in the future. There may be other people paying for a lot of that. You're welcome.
Any other questions? I just took a bite of something. Save me. Councillor Holiday.
It's just a simple one. I got the message loud and clear that the preferred method is separation at the source or at the home. We have tremendous trouble with multi-residential units, and it almost seems the taller the tower, the more difficult it is. Is that a scenario where we might want to start to think about technologies in post-processing in order to separate out recyclable materials later on, given the challenges we had? Or do you think we should just stay the course and look at it, take the more difficult route, but probably the more economical and environmental route, which is to encourage the source separation even in the multi-res?
It's great that you asked that. I think the answer is a combination. I think staying the course, I would say we have to really step up the focused outreach and education for multi-res buildings. I've talked to team members and members of the public all the time who say, in my building we got green bins, but my apartment didn't get a green bin kitchen catcher. Am I supposed to get one? Do I have to buy one from Canadian Tire? Where do I get it? And I said, call your property manager. And they say, really? Maybe I should call the city. They honestly don't know. That includes T staff have had these questions. Environmentalists who know how to talk to City Hall are really confused by this. So I think a lot of it is just more education, more outreach. And we have some great examples right here in Toronto that actually prove that multi-res buildings can recycle really well. There was an article on CBC. I was really excited about it. We shared it on our Facebook page. A lot of other people were very excited about it too. But apparently there's a Scarborough condo that went from 24 garbage dumpsters a month to 1 a month. They now put out 12 recycling bins a week and organics bins. And it's, this firecracker of a property manager is going around talking to everyone. They've got a reuse shelf. They have collections in the building for reusable goods to donate to charity. They have hazardous waste and electronic waste collection right in the building. So, there's an example right there. What are they doing right? And that's, I think, a really important question that we can ask when we make these discussions and when we have these decisions about, what works and what doesn't and what do we need to focus on. So if we know how much did it cost them to get that far, what worked there, what can we apply to other places? And there is some place for technology, of course, in terms of better recycling. We have the new recycling facility for the city is one of the reasons why we can now recycle new types of plastic films coming up in a few weeks. So recycling technology is changing all the time, and that gives us some really good opportunities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Holiday stole my question, or part of my question, but so I'll ask you, what is T doing? Because this is a real issue, and it's very frustrating, I think, for us as city councillors, because I certainly at public meetings I grab every opportunity to speak about this issue, but how do you educate the public at broad? I mean, you're talking about education outreach, but how are you working to complement what the city's doing in educating the residents of the city that we need to do better?
Well, we do a lot. Last year we developed a website called the Waste Free Challenge, so people can get walked through 10 steps to how to reduce waste in their own homes, in their communities. We share the Waste Wizard. We've been promoting the city's speaker series and the city's surveys. We really want people to use the tools that exist at the city and to ask questions there to make sure that they, we don't want to duplicate what the city's doing. We do workshops and education with groups around the city. I'm training some people in Scarborough right now on helping to figure out how to get multi-res waste diversion up in their own buildings. So there's a role that community groups can play and that we do play. And having the information about what works and what the city has tried and what works with the city, I think would really help all of us know where to focus our efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We have another speaker. Thank you, Emily. Karen Buck's next. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Whoops.
Oh, it's upside down.
Wrong way. I just think that there are some things that are changing, changing things. This changes everything, and I think climate change is one of those. And I really feel that as Astra brought forward, there are huge ideas and wonderful ideas about what to do with our waste. But I think it's very, very difficult to actually say that a consultation with the general public who are not well informed about things is going to be meaningful in making big decisions on this long-term waste strategy. As a matter of fact, I've never seen the current waste profile, so people don't know what the situation is today. Does the finalized current waste profile actually document the rise of residuals in single-stream recycling, and why has that happened? Will the finalized results from previous consultations, so that people who go to the next consultations know what the public said the first time round? Will they be there? Why is there no mention of producer responsibility or product stewardship of products and packaging? It's not even in the list of options. And the changes on the city's waste management program that would be a result of its implementation in Ontario. How are the following actually being incorporated into the public consultations for consideration of their inclusion in the city's long-term waste management strategy guiding principles? As Astra said, things are changing. We shouldn't be doing things on a micro scale. We should be doing them on a larger scale. The registry has been done before. Why has it fallen apart and we don't have a registry anymore? There's huge opportunities, but we also have to think about what the city's goals are, for example, for energy efficiency. Do citizens know about the circular economy, and are we moving towards that with our new waste strategy? Where is producer responsibility fitting in? Waste program considerations for the greenhouse gas reductions and city resiliency. Waste program consideration for sustainability, local waste solutions, global waste solutions, cost removal for waste from the tax base. For example, you could take all of your costs away by doing producer full life cycle costing for products and packaging borne by producers or first importers. And how are we redesigning our products and packaging for resource and energy reductions, reuse and recycling? Where is the recognition of the hierarchy, the real hierarchy of the 3 Rs? Are we working on minimization of residual waste to all disposal technologies and sites? And that would be a lot about what Emily just talked about. Waste program considerations for the new green economy to deliver clean air, clean water, and healthy soils to current and future generations, and the new green economy to deliver the new green employment. Are we pairing our producers with reusers and recyclers? And this decision-making on the city's long-term waste management strategy must be made in the context of a very forward-thinking society, and also into the context of the current city programs and their targets and their outcomes. I attached this actually to the item 5.4, so if you got that late, 5.4 has this diversion discussion on it, which I think is really interesting. This is a new group that's come out, Canadians for Clean Prosperity, with the idea of full producer responsibility.
Thank you very much. Any questions? And that's the end of our speaker list. Thank you, Karen. So any questions for staff on the presentation that was before us or the report?
I do.
Okay. Did you, Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, and I asked this at the briefing the other day, where do targets fit into this? We had targets for diversion. Is our intention to have targets for diversion?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we will end up having targets as well set as part of this process.
Right now, blue bin and green bin are now mandatory. Is that correct, even in high-rise apartments?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct in the city's waste collection bylaws, and so it would apply to multi-residential facilities that the city collects from.
No, I know we've been slow in rolling out the green bin, but I wonder what enforcement is being done at this point?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is, with a bin-based collection system, it is somewhat challenging to do enforcement, but it is something that we monitor and talk about things that shouldn't be going in the garbage as part of our promotional campaigns.
What about on blue bin? Are we enforcing the blue bin?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the extent that, maybe a question for clarification, if someone didn't have a blue bin out, are we doing something about that?
I want to know what are our current enforcement practices with respect to the mandatory participation in the blue bin and now the green bin program. Who's enforcing it? How frequently? Do you have any information on enforcement, or is that some other division? Is that property standard or MLS? How can we get information on enforcement?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the process would be if we're the ones that typically notice that there may not be participation, so it's a follow-up in person with those locations. It's really better to figure out what their issue is, and the idea being, though, that we would stop collecting from them if they weren't recycling. So that's
Do we have any information on that at all?
We have not stopped collection yet on any of the multi-residential facilities. We really want to work with them first to try and get them on the program.
Residential. Do we have any information on residential enforcement?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't think we have any particular data on that. I'll have to look more on that.
I mean, we emphasize education a lot, but we also have an enforcement arm, and I think it's really important when the question continues to be asked, why aren't people participating? Enforcement is usually one very effective way, and I guess I really want to understand what we're doing there, and maybe if you can provide some more information before council, that would be helpful. On the evaluation methods, and on the options, which are the nub of this whole strategy. You have two types of options. One is called, on page 25, you break them out. One is called programmatic change, and option 2 is facility and infrastructure change. And they seem to be of equal weight or equal priority. Is that the case?
Through you, Madam Chair.
In terms of how you're evaluating them?
Not necessarily. So this is where the vision and the priorities come into place to help give relative importance of the various things that we're considering. So these two types of evaluation criteria are just ways to better measure and compare a program type of initiative that we might undertake versus a facility type of initiative. So that you'll have a lot more data and performance information, for example, on the cost to build another recycling facility or a specialized recycling facility to handle apartment waste.
So, but the first one, which appears to be programmatic, so the options that are set out in Appendix 2, 1, Appendix 1, that long list, those are not broken down into programmatic change versus facility and infrastructure change, correct? Are you, and
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. They're alphabetical, and we didn't want to associate anything with the evaluation criteria at this point. It's just a list of things. It's certainly something that could be done, will be done as we move through the process, and you could categorize it in a number of different ways and they have been themed as a preliminary way to do that.
so I'm really struggling to understand.
Last question.
I'm really struggling to understand this. So the programmatic change options are going to have more qualitative analysis, and the facility ones, or the technology ones, are having a more evaluative and scoring kind of approach. I'm struggling to understand, how are we to know if these are the appropriate methodologies of evaluating it if we don't know which system applies to which option?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're trying to work the process so that you're thinking about, don't worry about, so we will worry about this, but work with me here. Don't worry about the options, how we're going to pick the options. We just want to make sure that everything we could possibly consider is on the list. So that is one exercise to be completed. Then once we've nailed a list of things that we're considering, another part of the process in developing the strategy is, well, how is it that we're going to pick them? And so once we've come up with the evaluation criteria, that evaluation criteria is applied to those options, and that in turn shapes the final strategy. So we acknowledge right up front, we're not worrying about the list of options just yet as to what type they are, but we do know that there are different types of options, so we want to make sure we can fairly compare the two different types of things, of the programs versus the facilities themselves.
Other questions? Councillor Holyday?
Did
you, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, Councillor Layton. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just on this, the question that we're asked about the province changing the mix of who's going to pay for recycling and recovery, do you have any knowledge of where they're going on this? Can you give us a brief update?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's extensive consultation ongoing right now by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and it's something that we're monitoring closely. We expect to have the government release something for discussion perhaps by summer break, but if not, in September. So this will be important information to flow into this process as well.
So that will potentially change the makeup of the garbage profile of a home if this goes to extended producer responsibility.
For you, Madam Chair, based on what we're seeing so far, it wouldn't really change that much the designated materials that need to be diverted and have stewards. It is, I understand your concern though, and it's something that we'll monitor to see what specifically the implications would be on our waste management system.
You don't think it'll go deeper to deal with packaging, amounts of packaging and plastics and stuff like that? It's more about paying for it?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I don't think the stewards are anxious to take on more materials, unfortunately, but that's something we can continue to advocate for.
Okay, we recently hired several staff members in solid waste to help expand the MERB sector diversion rates and CERO's diversion rates. Are you able to tell us in hard numbers about how that's going? What has changed in diversion rates? Are they increasing? What's the contamination rates? That kind of stuff.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's early going on that program, so we'll take that and give you an update as soon as we can on progress.
Toronto's goal is at an 80% diversion rate. How does that compare? Can you tell us of any places that have met that or are on their way to achieving that?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's to clarify, our target's currently 70% diversion, and what Emily was talking about is that we could theoretically achieve 85, or close to 85%. So I think there are municipalities with higher diversion. It just depends on what you count in diversion. Typically, the municipalities who are reporting much higher diversion rates are including things like thermal recovery and incineration as diversion as well.
And in the preliminary list of options, as well as in Appendix 1, I want to understand why you're treating mixed waste processing and mechanical biological treatment in the same category as both direct combustion and landfill gas recovery, and not including the let's call it the biological treatments with the mixed waste processing and mechanical, along with recycling and processing, instead treating them along with recovery. And then just as a further to that, landfill gas recovery is recovering a byproduct rather than a process in and of itself. So why is it being considered in the same category as incineration?
Through you, Madam Chair, that group of options are things that are being done to a waste stream to recover what we can that's recyclable or energy compostable out of that waste stream. So that's the notion around a recovery type of option.
But what I don't understand is why then is there a second section, recycling and processing, that includes multi-residential on-site recycling processing? Like, that is just for, how is and why is it being defined differently, the mechanical biological treatment, which is essentially recycling in its more traditional form, rather than the energy from waste? And then further to that, the inclusion of landfill gas in there is also kind of misleading, in that landfill gas isn't recovery in and of itself. It's the byproduct of a different type of disposal. I'm confused as to why the terminology changed between recycling and recovery, and then there's the inclusion of a bunch of technologies that's quite a bit more end of pipe.
I think that example that you're giving could go in either bucket of options, but generally speaking, what we're talking about in the recovery is that there's no pre-sorting by the generator of the waste in that particular option, where the recycling options are assuming that there's some level of effort by an individual in advance, that you're getting a pre-sorted material coming into a system.
But wouldn't the composition of all of the inputs for what's listed under the recovery model really be impacted by diversion one way or another?
Yes, they would. So we need to factor in how much can we capture through the recycling systems, and then are we making some assumptions that that's as good as it gets when we're talking on the recycling side of things, and then that is the stream that then flows into the recovery stream.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, you're next.
Thanks. I've got so many questions because I think this is so important, but I'm going to just stick to one today.
Give him 5 minutes.
Yeah. Uh-oh, the clock's on. I just wondered if there's a way to take a risk-based approach to what our strategy is and our vision is. I saw a lot in here about opportunities and challenges, but I'm sensing that, this council and councils beyond us, perhaps for generations, will have to continue to deal with waste as we always have as municipalities. But how do we struggle to maintain attention of what this is and look at the different pieces that will come at us over time? There are risks to our finances, there are risks to our reputation, there are risks to our environment, there's risks in legislation and changes of technology, but is there a way to introduce that concept into this report and allow us to sort of carve a path forward as decision makers on how we tackle each of the pieces of this strategy?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. And really the best place to do this is through the evaluation criteria, and I would categorize that under the economic factors so that you can assess the relative risks of options, of the what-if situations. So that helps to introduce, when assessing the options, how you might pick something, and that would then identify, as we move through implementation, that that was an identified risk that we need to monitor and measure as we go forward in the process.
Okay, if there was could you say, what would be your top 2, 3, or 5 risks that you think are facing us as a city with respect to our waste strategy, or just dealing with waste in general over the next 50 years?
Through you, Madam Chair, a couple of things that come to mind is the cost of energy and how that will affect the commodities and what we see in the waste stream, and the cost of transportation. The packaging legislation that Councillor Layton mentioned, so that's can be a benefit for us as we move forward in the system. And I think the emerging and changing technologies, so that are there new things that are coming forward that is the better mousetrap when it comes to processing the waste as well.
So do you think the strategy, as it hones in or becomes written or becomes document, will then make sure that those considerations are right up front, and there's something that's on our radar as a council, or at least the next versions of us, so that they're dealt with in sequence and in time, so that they're not pushed off into the sunset or thought about by somebody else?
Through Madam Chair, so a couple of things there. These would be captured in the gaps and challenges as well, so that's another point to measure or assess where we're at. And another important aspect is flexibility in the system to adapt to changes. So that's something we would consider in assessing the options and picking things, so that if can we adapt to these changes that we see coming down the pipe that we've identified through the evaluation and the gaps and challenges.
Any provision for sort of a dashboard or a check-in or a report in? Because I guess the strategy will unfold for many, many years, but it seems to be one of those things that you think about, you make a decision on a particular element, and then we go away and we don't think about it for a couple of years, and we start to stray off track. But I think, council and government needs to keep their eye on waste and catch things as they start to splay off right away.
Yes, very much so. We're looking at those kind of range of indicators that tell us how we're doing. As I've mentioned previously, looking just at diversion rate alone isn't good enough anymore. We need to keep our eye on other things. So we'll see that coming out of the strategy as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to speakers. Anybody would like to speak on this item? Councillor Layton?
Buy you about 2 minutes, because I'm going to be brief. I proposed a motion, and there's been a revision by the chair. This is in relation to the presentation from Astra Burka about this notion of construction, somehow a better forum for capturing not only construction and demolition waste for reuse, but I think also for capturing this industrial byproduct. Now, that's not included in the motion, but that piece is included in the report about expanding our involvement in and how we integrate the diversion from our ICI partners. I was very pleased when I was put on the board of directors for the GTA Partners in Project Green, and this is the Pearson Eco Business Zone that actually does work across the city, but they started off in Pearson. We work with Peel, we work with Mississauga, we work with the businesses there and trying to do a couple of things. One of them is centered around this materials exchange network, and there are great examples of them making connections between businesses to, we'll call it adaptively reuse or to upcycle some of the waste to turn it into other products. It's incredible what they've gotten to accomplish, and I'm hopeful that if we just look a little bit more at this, perhaps there's a peer-to-peer platform that can be developed People love like that's the Uber, that's the Kijiji, that's the whatever you want, whichever way you want to look at it. That's what people are using now to do fun things like this. And if there's our ability to start to help facilitate that platform, I understand that there may be already several that exist. I know a friend of mine who actually goes construction site to construction site and buys scrap metal. And he just goes there and says, what do you got? Looks in their bin, buys it by weight, tosses it in his truck, goes to the next one. And that is diversion. They then bring it to one place and they melt it down or do whatever they do. But that is diversion, and it is going on out there. It's just how can we facilitate it more? How can we mandate it so that when buildings are getting torn down, they don't take the easy way out and toss it in a bin that'll end up in landfill? How do they allow us to keep that those raw materials here in the city? So that's that motion. I'm hopeful that someone will take care of it. It already has a name on there, so that's wonderful. Thank you very much to the chair. Now, I've got a bit of a problem here. I'm not a huge fan of energy from waste. I think any way you slice the nut, it's the same thing. It's burning something. It's burning a resource, something that we expended an enormous amount of energy. We tore up the environment to bring it out of the earth. We changed it into something, and then we're taking the really simple, easy way out and just burning it and thinking that it's gone. And every time an energy from waste person comes to my office, they bring a little flow chart, and it has an arrow that goes, look at this bad stuff turn into this good stuff. Look at this stuff turn into something usable. And then there's always a tiny little arrow that kind of pitters out and goes dot, 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 dot. And I go, what's that arrow mean? And that's the emissions that sometimes come out of the process. Well, what qualifies as sometimes? And then you start trying to ask questions about what that little arrow is, and it inevitably comes out that there are byproducts. They're either enormously toxic because they're taking a lot of the heavy metals into these things, because if they're not taking the heavy metals in and they're burning something, where are those heavy metals going? They're going either up the stack, into a scrubber, or into a residual that we then have to take care of. And then a lot of this stuff is stuff that can be reused, either can be reduced out of our waste stream through processes like extending producer responsibility, or we can recycle them or upcycle them or trying to keep that resource going. Because as we keep mining all these wonderful things out of our planet and making great things out of them, make our lives easier, and then upgrade those things and toss those old ones in the trash, we're going to eventually start running out of these core resources. And eventually people are just going to start mining our landfills. That's probably what's going to happen one day. So it's at least if we put them into a landfill, or what we need to in a landfill that can't be immediately reused, it's not just being turned into very either harmful gases or gases that contribute to climate change. So I'm just uncomfortable with them being categorized in with mechanical biological separation. That is essentially us taking the non-source separated way of separating out organics. It's sort of a lazier way, but because the cheapest and most efficient way is people doing it in their own home. And I know that we're still not there yet, but we have been shown the numbers. We can get to 80% if we do focus on education. And think about how much it's changed from the 1980s, before there was a recycling program, to now. We worked really hard with youth to get them pushing their parents. We can do that again.
Councillor Davis was up next. Yes, go ahead.
So I have a motion, and I think the chair is going to move it. And that is to ask for a supplementary report to council, if that's possible, or if not, to report to the September PWIC committee on our current enforcement practices, activities, and outcomes with respect to compliance with mandatory blue and green bin programs. I don't think there's any question that diversion is the least expensive, the most environmentally friendly, and the preferred route to go. And what I worry about a bit in this report is that we are taking both options sort of equally, when really we have a lot more work and a lot more room to achieve better outcomes in diversion. And before we rush to technologies, and in the end of the day, whatever the residual is, and everyone acknowledges we are not going to divert 100%, but we could certainly get close. And at the end of the day, we'll need a diversion strategy, or what to do with the residual. But let's not give equal weight to that. I mean, just from my initial questions about enforcement, I get a sense that we aren't enforcing our current mandatory requirement to green bin, our current mandatory requirement to blue bin and recycle. And it seems to me, personally, I know if I throw something into the garbage as opposed to the right place. Sometimes it's because I don't know. And there's a lot of confusion around plastics. But sometimes it's just, I'm too lazy. And I think there are a lot of people for whom it's more work to recycle than it is to throw it into the garbage or down the chute. And we do have to change behavior. And I think changing behavior is a combination of carrot and stick, frankly, just as it often is, and that is to provide incentives and education. Maybe there are different kinds of incentives, and maybe there are different ways we can make it easier. And probably there are ways we can make it easier, sorry. And we ought to be looking at those. If we require building owners to construct certain, or to put in place certain programs in their buildings, and we enforce it, it is a far cheaper way than building an incinerator. And I think before we start thinking about the end game, we need to look at the front end. And every one of the councillors around this table, I know, you know, as I do, that we've just begun in the apartment buildings. We have just begun. I still have buildings without bins. Still have I think we now just got the buckets this week in some of the buildings. We haven't begun. So we did approve last year, and I'm going to go back and find the motion, that we look at diversion first as the first priority. And so I'm struggling to understand how that is reflected in this, and I'll chat with staff a lot more, obviously, but that has got to be our priority. And how we build that into the long-term strategy and into the consultation process in a way that gets people thinking about that front end in a more serious way. And the regulatory options we have, I think, is the most important approach to take as we develop this plan. Anyway, I hope you'll support that motion. I think it's important information that we should have. If we're not, it sounds as though it's the waste collectors at the street level who are deciding whether or not somebody should be reported as to whether or not they're complying. I'm not sure how it works, so I think it'd be very important to find out how it currently works and what actions we're taking for non-compliance, because that garbage bag that Emily held up with the colored lines.
Yes, your time's up,
Oh.
yeah. Thanks, Councillor Perruzza.
I wasn't at 10, was I?
Yeah, you're 5 to 10, yeah. Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, Councillor, was anybody else hoping to speak on this? No, then I will move these motions, and just, if you could put them, well, I guess they've already been up on the screen. So I'm going to take carriage of Councillor Layton's motion related to the construction and demolition-related activities, and pleased to take carriage of Councillor Janet Davis's motion related to the looking into the enforcement. And so I'll be moving those. And I also just want to take this opportunity to thank staff for a very thorough report. I know that staff are very excited about this next phase of engagement and all the activities around that. And I do hope that city councillors across the city will be promoting this process, because it's very important that we hear from the residents on this and we get them more in tune with what we need to do, because it's a critical issue. And the committee looks forward to September when we see our next report on this. So with that, I will ask our committee to adopt the motions. If it's okay, we'll take them as a package. Adopt the motions before us. So Councillor Davis's and Councillor Layton's. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, so, yes.
Before we
Please.
adjourn, I wanted, I believe you have it in front of you, just
do.
to move a motion to introduce a new item.
Okay, that's fine, so I'll ask clerks to circulate that, so all those in favor, it's a quickie, it's a super quick item. Councillor Prutz is asked to, so it's related to transportation services to review the requested traffic control signals at Finch Avenue West and the future Fountainhead Road in view of the future Finch West LRT in the area, and report back to PWIC. So is that okay to circulate that? All right, thank you. Okay, so I'd just like to advise the committee, we have 5 or 6 more items, and we have deputants that have been waiting all morning to speak. I'm wondering if the committee would be willing to extend into lunch to wrap this up. We also have a tight quorum issue. You can come back, because if someone doesn't come back, we don't have quorum. Is everybody? A Councillor Holiday? You're okay to come? Either way, you're okay. Well, we can't do it without Councillor Perruzza, even if we vote against him, which I'm tempted to do. Okay, so we have 2 minutes. We can really do, I'm very sorry to the deputants. Has it been circulated? That's good. Councillor Lee's negotiating over here. I love it. Okay, all those in favor of Councillor Perruzza, Anthony Perruzza, that's adopted. Okay. So we will resume at 1:30, and if no one comes, if everybody doesn't come back, I'm sorry to our deputants. It's taking a long time, but unfortunately, we're not able to extend through lunch. I would have liked to have. We're not able to do that. So we will resume, this committee will resume at 1:30 p.m. And we will be, next item will be PW 5.4, authority to negotiate and enter into agreements for waste diversion processing capacity initiatives and funding, followed by PW 5.7 will be after that. Okay, PW 5.6 actually. Thank you.
Members, please come in, start promptly, kind of thing.
Would the members of Public Works Infrastructure Committee please proceed immediately to Committee Room 1? Trust me, it's happened before. Okay, we're going to commence. The item is PW 5.4. There was a recommendation by, I believe it was Councillor Holliday, to bundle these three items, and as well as bundle the deputants that are signed up to speak on these three items. Is anybody opposed to that idea? The next three items are very similar. We would be bundling 4, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8.
I'm sorry, 6, 7, and 8. 5.4 we would still have to do, and then bundle 6, 7, and 8. Does that sound agreeable to? Okay, so let's start with 5.4. And we do have deputations on 5.4.
No, Madam Chair, we don't.
Oh, we don't. I'm sorry, we don't. So who held that item? Who held 5.4?
Karen is speaking.
Karen, you are speaking. Come on up, Karen.
Number 4, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were quiet.
No, there was some confusion up here, and we were advised that there was no speakers, but our apologies. It's your turn, and it's 5.4, authority to negotiate and enter into agreements for waste diversion, processing, capacity initiatives, and funding. And then after that, just so everybody's clear, we're going to bundle 6, 7, and 8 and do them all at the same time and have all the deputations at the same time. Because all three are related to contract awards. Karen, are you ready?
So it's not that I'm opposing going into negotiation and entering into agreements, but at this time, the report before you and its conclusions are necessary to ensure that the city has sufficient processing capacity. So that's why I'm not opposing it at all. However, the continued actions on the part of the city to burden taxpayers with looking after producers and first importers' waste is ignoring the opportunity to better design of products and packaging for reuse and recycling, and to have the full life cycle costs paid by producers and first importers. Upfront design by producers allows producers to cut energy and resource use and save money while addressing reductions in greenhouse gases for this city. Having producers and first importers pay the full costs of production and end-of-life management frees the city taxpayers and the city tax monies from an inefficient system that is diverting money away from paying for other real and pressing infrastructure and social needs within the city. I am attaching a diversion discussion article, and that's the one that's attached, by Leah Wong, as printed in the Novi Res Urbis May 20th, 2015 issue. Of importance is that Mississauga Council joins councils of Barrie, Ajax, Clarington, and Durham region in passing a motion to ask the province to amend the Waste Diversion Act to include tighter restrictions on individual waste producers and to support producer responsibility legislation. I would also like to see the City of Toronto take the same steps and make the same strong commitments, and to make it clear that producer responsibility is the covering of all of the life cycle costs of their products and packaging. And in her closing remarks, the author of this paper, Diversion Discussion, states, in addition to the environmental benefits of creating more incentives for businesses to reduce their waste, there is an economic argument for adopting this kind of legislation. A May 2014 report from the Conference Board of Canada said if the province were to meet its 60% diversion goal, it would create 13,000 good-paying new jobs in Ontario and increase the province's GDP by $1.5 billion a year. So if Toronto were to contribute to that diversion and have an 80% diversion, there you go. It could even be more than that. Citizens for a Safe Environment, during consultations, and there have been many over a long period of years on the province's Waste Diversion Act, have always espoused that producers and first importers should be held responsible for the life cycle costs of their products and packaging. Now, another group called Canadians for Clean Prosperity that I just found on the internet, and they're the ones who did a deputation to Mississauga, support individual producer responsibility. They are mentioned in Leah Wong's article, and they're the ones that are proposing that there be a clean prosperity economy that we start thinking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move to, oh, you have a question for staff. Yeah, that's what I'm moving to. No questions for Karen. Thank you, Karen. So questions for staff. Councillor Holyday.
Are any of the procurements sole source?
Through you, Madam Chair, they may be. Primarily, we're basing it on existing contracts that we've secured through regular procurement processes, but in these instances, there may be requirements when a market just simply doesn't exist.
Got it. And if they are sole source, would then, and it sounds like from your answer, would they be consistent with our sole source policy?
When they are, yes, they would, and perhaps Michael can elaborate on that.
Yes, they would be. And having council blessing is, for this authority is consistent as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so would anybody like to move that item? Councillor Lee is moving the item. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Excellent. Thank you. We're going to move to the next item, which is PW 5.6, and we've bundled that with 7 and 8. So we'll start with the speakers. There's none on, I see there's none on 6, but 7 we've got Mr. Tuteno. Have I pronounced your name wrong? Welcome. And you can actually, you've signed up for also item 8, so you can actually take 10 minutes if you would like. Okay. Anyway, you're welcome to 10 minutes because you're talking, just so it's crystal clear, you're speaking on both items. Okay, perfect.
Do I have to differentiate at this point which item I'm speaking to?
You have 10 minutes,
Okay.
whatever you like.
Okay. Hello, committee members, and thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Massimo Tutino. I'm a project manager and estimator at BevCon Construction and Paving. This is my first committee meeting, and admittedly, I am quite nervous.
That's okay.
I'd like to apologize in advance for any procedural shortfalls. I'm here today to speak on item PW 5.7, namely BevCon being rendered non-compliant on all bids regarding this item. I'd like the committee to reconsider their position based on fairness and the spirit that BevCon did complete all the mandatory requirements for these RFQs. That's what I have to say on that item.
Okay, so you just continue on into the next, because we've packaged all together. Sorry, it's not clear, so just continue on with your other item, your second item.
So the second item. Again, I'd like to apologize for any procedural shortfalls. I'm still nervous. The item I wish to bring to your attention on the agenda is item PW 5.8, namely RFQ 6032-15-0096. I'm hoping for the decision made by Purchasing Department be reconsidered and BevCon Construction and Paving Limited be recommended as the lowest compliant bidder on this RFQ. Purchasing has based its decision on 2 criteria. The first being that BevCon did not provide 2 references on its submitted RFQ. This, in our interpretation, is simply false. BevCon met all the mandatory requirements in its bid submission, namely submitting bonds, statutory declaration, acknowledging addenda, filling out the references forms, and the pricing pages. It is important to note as well that BevCon has been successful in completing this exact same contract for the previous 7 years, receiving contractor ratings ranging from good to excellent on this exact same contract. The mandatory requirements for references on this tender was asked for 2 references. In our opinion, we provided 4. The interpretation of the references is where the issue lies. The overall intent of these references was to show that BevCon had the ability to perform the work in a diligent, responsible, and economical fashion. We have met all of these criteria. We have successfully and humbly completed millions of dollars of work per year for the past 15 years for the City of Toronto. We respect the integrity of the system and, most importantly, taxpayers' rights. The second and most troubling item that Purchasing has disqualified our RFQ is based on a potential conflict of interest. This, again, is simply not true. BevCon is related to Aquagrande Landscaping and does use them for various works as a subcontractor. They are not affiliated as per the legal definition set out in this RFQ. Each company operates separately, independently, and estimate their own work. They operate under different union agreements, separate yards, maintain separate books, and have no common trade employees. Each prices their own work independently based on their strengths. They do share clerical staff, which Aquagrande pays for, which in turn keeps their operating costs low. Above and beyond all of this, there's a tax-paying citizen of Toronto who includes myself. The city stands to lose over $1.4 million over the course of this contract by awarding it to the second-place bidder. We are the lowest compliant bidder. We have an excellent track record with the city and value the integrity of the system. The city will be recommending RFQs on these same items to disqualified firms, namely Trisand Construction, as per the agenda, and to whom I quote,
as per city staff report, demonstrated poor performance and put staff, the public homeowners' property, and the city infrastructure at risk. To this, I must say, BevCon has never, will never, put the public at risk, and this case are by far the economical, compliant choice. So I must ask the question, how can you not recommend BevCon construction for this RFQ based on its values, its past experiences with the city, its performance, and fulfillment of all the mandatory requirements? Thank you.
Did very well. So next is Hamish Wilson, but I don't think he's been here all day, so, but apparently I have to call out his name, but I see he's not in the room, so we're going to proceed. And our next speaker is Howard Gerson, Gerson Law. So Howard, welcome.
Thank you.
And you are speaking on PW 5.8.
That's right. I'm counsel to Aquagrande.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, councilors. Good afternoon. I take it as, first of all, let me just say that Aquagrande Landscaping was the lowest bidder in this RFQ. And in our submission, its bid was improperly disqualified as non-compliant for reasons that we feel are improper and highly technical, I would say picayune, and really are irrelevant to the process, which is to make sure that the taxpayers get what they're paying for, and we avoid waste and we curb unnecessary expenses. When you have a process that's put in place and it's specifically designed for the purpose of ensuring that taxpayers do get value for their money, I think this committee should be loath to interfere with a low bid that is compliant on allegations of noncompliance unless those allegations can be properly made out to your satisfaction. The two aspects relied upon in the report to disqualify my client's lowest bid is A, that Aquagrande did not meet a 2 reference requirement, which appears in Article 9 of the RFQ, and which requires that the bidder have at least one contract with the municipal government and another contract, so two references to prove that. And the second aspect is that it is alleged that Aquagrande had a conflict of interest, somehow benefited from having worked with BevCon as its subcontractor on past contracts. I don't see this as a conflict of interest, and I'm going to go on to explore that afterwards. And it was certainly not an undisclosed matter, nor is it an unfair advantage to be relying on someone that hired you to do work as a reference. Everything was transparent and was available to the city. So let me deal with references. I want to go to, just to quote purchasing's letter with respect to Section 9 of the RFQ. Quote, "The expectation in Section 9 of the RFQ was that bidders would provide references where the contractor worked direct from the owner of the contracts as opposed to as a subcontract relationship." First of all, it's important to note that in fact Section 9 of the RFQ does not require, nor does it communicate any expectation at all that the bidder's experience be acquired under a direct rather than as under a subcontract. So it appears from our perspective that the city is attempting to disqualify a proper bid for noncompliance with a requirement that is not disclosed anywhere in the RFQ. In short, how can it create a new requirement never disclosed and then purport to rely upon it to find noncompliance of a low bidder? Doesn't make sense. Further, experience under a subcontract is completely irrelevant to the process or to a bidder's ability to perform its obligations, or I should say the distinction as to whether the work was performed as a subcontract, as a sub, or as a direct contract is not relevant. It's the experience that matters. Now, what purchasing has said is that also the city was unable to confirm that Aquagrande did the work for the city. On what do they base this? Well, they've refused to contact references that could have confirmed that Aquagrande did the work as subcontract to BevCon, Why have they refused to do so? They've refused to do so because BevCon apparently didn't follow a procedure, a city procedure, to identify in those earlier contracts that Aquagrande was its subcontractor. Why does that matter? Either it was the subcontractor that did the work directly with the city departments, and that's where the chain of communication was, or it wasn't. If the city purchasing department has an opportunity to contact people within the city who would be very familiar with Aquagrande's work, they should, of course, do that in good faith and out of a duty of fairness, not only to Aquagrande, whose contract they now purport to disallow, but to the city taxpayers. You should not interfere with a process that is designed to deliver a fair result to the taxpayers. Well, the city, I'm going to adopt much of what the previous deputant said with respect to the relationship between my client's company, Aquagrande, and BevCon. The city acknowledges that Aquagrande and BevCon are not affiliated companies, which are prohibited under the RFQ, yet there's a statement in paragraph 2 of the May 15th letter of Mr. Pachelek that says, quote, "The related nature of your businesses would put you in a potential conflict to have a fellow competitor and closely related ally act as a reference for you." How is that a conflict, to have someone for whom you've done work act as a reference for you? I would also point out that the issue here is competition. Is there fair competition? The statement makes no sense in this respect either, because for one contractor to give a reference to another contractor would increase rather than reduce the pool of competitors. You're increasing the qualified competitors out there. So I can't see under any policy basis how you can say that this is somehow unfair or results in a conflict. If anything, it improves the process by increasing the pool of competitors. There's also a suggestion that because of the relationship, that it suggests, I quote, "suggests previous communication between BevCon and Aquagrande about the content of the quotation." There's absolutely no evidence of that. That is basically a leap to a conclusion that purchasing is making about a prior communication without any evidence of the existence of that communication. And of course, it's denied by my client and by BevCon. And I want to say here, just as an aside, before I continue with my points.
Wrap up, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
You have just 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. So let me just say that Aquagrande did not fail to follow the rules. It cannot be said to have gained an undisclosed advantage as a result of its BevCon references, which merely state that Aquagrande acted as a subcontractor to BevCon. And what is really happening here is that the incumbent bidder has made a lot of noise, has squawked, and I believe that that purchasing is being overly cautious and looking at superficial, I think, optics in order to avoid what they think might be something that might be questioned. And it's open to this committee to seriously look at this, if necessary, in an in-camera session, or to reschedule a time to deal with this properly, and be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Councillor Holliday?
Prior to this committee, what interaction did you have with the city? In what formats did you voice concerns?
Well, there's a series of correspondence that took place between myself and the city's legal department and Mr. Pachelek, which have been uploaded onto the site and which are available for review. Prior to that correspondence, that chain of correspondence over the last week or so, week and a half, I've had none.
Was that correspondence questions or were they objections?
Well, the city purchasing department wrote to my client and requested clarification. And I, on behalf of Aquagrande, responded to the request for clarification. And the city then responded, and we had a chain ultimately dealing with all of the issues that I've just submitted to you orally now.
So have you then appealed in any way the decision of the city prior to this forum today?
Well, we were only advised of the decision, I believe it was a week and a half ago, and we requested an opportunity to meet on a with prejudice basis to go over all of these issues to see if we can satisfy purchasing that everything has been done fairly, openly, transparently, and be prepared to answer any and all questions that they had. There was no interest whatsoever in a meeting. We were told that the report would not be changed and that we would have simply 5 minutes to really make the submissions that I'm making today. And I want to be, let me be blunt. This is a very important issue. It's a $10 million contract. It's hugely important to my client. It's hugely important in terms of what happens here to the City of Toronto and to its taxpayers. And ultimately, my client will not be able to afford to walk away from this. And in my experience, the best approach to these things is to be pragmatic and at least exhaust all of the fact-finding and exchange of information processes before a decision like this is taken. And I feel very strongly that it's not that purchasing is not doing their job, and I'm not finger-pointing at all. I feel that there is, as I said, an incumbent bidder that would have lost a bid as a result of the acceptance of my client's bid. And I think there's probably been threats made, lots of noise. And I feel that there may have been elements of what I would call purely optic aspects here, which have caused perhaps the city to take a look at this under a microscope. And I feel that the city certainly has the discretion to look at the references, because that's what they're really focusing on, is to look at the references that my client has provided, which will demonstrate very clearly that my client has the experience and the ability to do this work.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. We have another speaker on this item. And so our next speaker is Tony Graneri, Aquatech Solutions Incorporated.
Thank you.
Um,
I have nothing to say. He said everything, Howard.
Okay, so you're happy with his presentation. I think I gave him extra time, too.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
I didn't set the clock. You did very well. All right, thank you for that. So we're on to questions of staff. Do the committee members have any questions for staff? And we're talking again, I'm just going to remind everybody, we're doing the 3 items, we're bundling the 3 items together. So if you have questions for staff, it's on point 6, point 7, or point 8, which are all contract awards. I'm not seeing any questions for staff. Okay, any speakers on this item? Not seeing any. Would one of the members like to move the items? We'd have to move them separately. We can't move them together. So let's start with point 6. So PW 5.6 RFQ for collectors and local road plowing. Moved by Councillor Holiday. PW 5.7. Can you hear contract awards for snow clearing, sanding, salting sidewalks? We're voting on them separately. We did, oh, I thought we did, sorry. I'm sorry, I was too fast. Sorry, Anthony. Sorry, Councillor Perruzza. All those in favor? Against? That is passed. Now we're going to move on to 5.7, contract awards for snow clearing, sanding, and salting, sidewalks, bus stops, etc. I do have a mover on that motion. Councillor Lee is moving it. All those in favor? That passes. 5.8, contract awards. I won't read it out. Snow clearing, sanding, same thing. Different award, though. Someone to move that? Is there a mover of that motion? Councillor Perruzza? Would you? Oh, I guess Councillor Lee had his hand up. So thank you, Councillor Lee. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, next item is, I believe it's the next item, is PW 5.13. Cross-boundary wastewater management, agreement, not management, between the City of Toronto and the Regional Municipality of Peel. We have a speaker on this, Karen Buck. Karen, welcome again.
Thank you. And thank you for your time, councillors. I'm not concerned about the award of the contract on the basis of the quantity of the water and the costs agreement, but there is a concern that I have, and that is that the City of Toronto is actually known to have a very stringent sewer use bylaw in order to protect the quality of the city's biosolids. And I noticed that in this negotiation and in this contract, there is no requirement for this wastewater that's coming into the City of Toronto, in particular the 8,200,000 cubic meters of wastewater from the region of Peel at Disco Road and Highway 427, to actually meet, or it doesn't say that they're meeting the sewer use bylaw in the City of Toronto. So I'm just concerned about the quality of the biosolids maybe being affected, since in the past, it was only one company that was located in Etobicoke that actually caused the biosolids to be non-compliant, and that was because they were dumping cadmium. It was a plating company, and they were dumping cadmium into the sewer system. So I think that over the 5 years of, if this is going to be a 5-year contract, it might be interesting for council to sort of take a look at this and decide with Toronto Water if they are actually, if in fact the wastewaters coming from Peel actually meet the sewer use bylaw in the City of Toronto, and should we be concerned as a city if they don't about some kind of correction or cooperative agreement to increase the quality. One of the things in the mediation agreement on the Ashbridges Bay treatment plant was that the City of Toronto, through Toronto Water, was to pursue outside municipalities to try and get compliance from the outside municipalities to have the same stringent sewer use bylaws in their municipalities, since we're the downstream accepting municipality. So I really am just concerned that this wastewater has been looked after in terms of quantity, but not in quality.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen.
Okay.
Okay, so the item before us is PW 5.13. Is there any questions of staff? Seeing none, any speakers? Would someone like to adopt staff recommendations? Councillor Lee? All those in favor? Against? Carried. Next item and last item, I believe. PW 5.14, Coordinated Street Furniture Program Status Update Year 7. And I believe, Councillor Holliday, you had held this. Am I right in saying that? Oh, I'm sorry. There's also a speaker. Is he still here? Evan Weinberg from the Toronto Financial District BIA. I'm so sorry, Evan. I didn't see you there. It's a long, long wait to be forgotten. I'm sorry. So welcome. Glad to see you here, and you've got 5 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak. As said, I'm Evan Weinberg from the Toronto Financial District BIA. Our BIA represents the 15 blocks of the financial district on issues that impact the area related to access, economic competitiveness, and collaborative planning and investment. In 2013, we developed a public realm strategy, which is one of the first planning documents to focus exclusively on improving public space and operations directly within the financial district. Our strategy is updated annually to reflect changes in public and private capital programs. Identified in this strategy are opportunities to improve pedestrian flows by reducing on-street clutter. In particular, on a narrow street like Bay Street, which moves up to 77,000 people a day and provides a key direct connection to transit hubs like Union Station. And hopefully I put this up correctly. Oh, I did. Here's just an image showing what Bay Street looks like at 4 o'clock on a weekday and evening peak hour, so it's quite congested. As part of this, we've been working with city staff to address publication boxes in our district, and we really applaud the work that staff have done to date in addressing concerns related to publication boxes in our district itself, which includes a 32% reduction over the past 18 months. As of our last inventory, which was completed in January 2015, we still have about 193 publication boxes within the financial district, 42% of which are in corrals. As it relates specifically to this item, we've submitted a letter asking for further opportunities to reduce publication boxes from city sidewalks and to review other options for prohibiting publication structures along Bay Street in the financial district, similar to what has been done on Yonge Street. We've been very encouraged by the current efforts made by city staff and council to improve the public realm, and we look forward to continue working with you on future initiatives. Thank you.
So, questions? Seeing none, speakers, I know Councillor Holyday would like to speak on this and move a motion possibly.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have the motion up, I will give us a moment to read it. I won't read the whole thing. It's lengthy. But I'll summarize it while we're waiting for it to come up. I'm just basically asking for a report on specifically publication boxes to look at what we've got, where we've got, what type of concerns have been raised, how they've been dealt with, and to look at to see if there's a better way of migrating these into corrals and kiosks, and to look at ways of improving our public realm for the purpose of pedestrians. So I'll say a couple of things. I think we've all seen them, and I can think of one instance about a year and a half ago up at Bay and Bloor where there was one of these boxes right in the way of the bus stop. And I sort of looked at it and thought, why on earth is that there? And that's in contrast to Kitty Corner across from that intersection was one of those really nice 16 compartment modules that look really neat, tidy, and clean. And I will say this councillor as well here is one of those people that actually take the newspapers out of the box. So I don't think I want to see them go. I think they're useful. They're a good public service, and they provide print materials to citizens of the city. And let's be true, they also provide revenue to us. But 7 years into a public furniture strategy in the public realm, I'm wondering if it's now time to have a quick look at it and see if there's ways that we can tinker and adjust to make sure that these things are put into the right places and we're doing the best that we can. And I also take Mr. Weinberg's comments to heart. There are some streets that are very, very busy, and I'd like to see if we can make those our priority. So in summary, this was reviewed with staff. They're comfortable that they can deliver this information to us, and I think it will just sort of help enhance our public space, and I hope that you support that.
The mover. Seeing none, so that's before you. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that carries. And that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and great work. That was a great meeting. Thanks. Oh, thank you, Councillor Perruzza.